Good morning, Excellencies, Directors, and esteemed guests. It's a great pleasure and an honor to moderate today's forum. My name is Dr. Anne Wortel. I'm Deputy Director General of Clinical Assessment Regulatory and Evaluation Unit at the International Vaccine Institute based in Seoul, Korea. I hope today it will be a valuable and constructive forum to discuss ways for Korea, Australia, ASEAN cooperation in the field of vaccine and economic recovery to secure a smooth recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Before starting, I would like to make some housekeeping notes. If you are making a PowerPoint presentation, please share your screen during the presentation. Also, please stop sharing once you are done with the presentation. And may I ask you to stick to the 5-minute presentation since we have a very packed agenda today. We have today the privilege of featuring remarkable figures of diplomatic and health officials and experts from Korea, Australia, and ASEAN. To open the forum, His Excellency Lim Sung-nam, Ambassador, Mission of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, will make welcome remarks. Ambassador Lim took office as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to ASEAN in May 2019. The floor is yours, Ambassador Lim.
Good morning, everybody. Ambassador Nankervis, Deputy Secretary General Kung Phoak, Director General Jerome Kim, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea, as well as in my own capacity as Korean Ambassador to ASEAN, I'm honored and pleased to co-host the Republic of Korea-Australia Vaccine Forum on the support for ASEAN and Southeast Asia. In today's world, needless to say, the COVID-19 pandemic, which is still rampant all over the world, in particular with its new variants, is the most urgent and serious challenge faced by mankind. While every country and region has been going through ups and downs in controlling the spread of the virus, the vaccine has proven to be one of the most important weapons for the global fight against the COVID-19. Furthermore, we all have come to the conclusion that no nation will be safe until every nation is safe, and that solidarity and cooperation among nations will be the only way leading to the victory over the pandemic. Fully sharing this view, when President Moon Jae-in and 10 ASEAN leaders met together in Busan for the ASEAN-Korea Commemorative Summit in November 2019, they agreed with the foresight to further promote public health of ASEAN member states by expanding cooperation in health technology sharing, capacity building for health workforce, and healthcare system. At the same time, they acknowledged the ongoing threat of the emerging infectious diseases and the need to strengthen cooperation and share information on pandemic preparedness. On the basis of these commitments, the Republic of Korea has made various contributions to the ASEAN's efforts to bring the COVID-19 under control since its outbreak in the region early last year. Utilizing the ASEAN-Korea Cooperation Fund, Korea, for instance, has implemented the project for enhancing detection capacity for COVID-19 in ASEAN countries and made financial contributions to the COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund as the first donor among ASEAN's dialogue partners. We also shared our medical expertise and quarantine know-how with the ASEAN member states by organizing frequent webinars. In addition, Timor-Leste has been Korea's partner in the joint combat against the pandemic in Southeast Asia. In a similar way, the Korean government has a firm belief that the COVID-19 vaccine should be treated as global public goods, and the equitable and affordable accessibility should be one of the most important principles in its distribution. That is why at the G7 summit held earlier this month, President Moon Jae-in has committed $100 million to the COVAX AMC this year, and another $100 million in the form of financial or in-kind contributions next year, in addition to last year's contribution of $10 million. While it is imperative to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic itself, we also have to figure out how to turn this crisis into an opportunity for more sustainable and resilient economic recovery. With this goal in mind, I understand that ASEAN leaders adopted the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, or ACRF, at the ASEAN Summit last November, which suggested 5 broad strategies for post-pandemic recovery, such as enhancing health systems and accelerating inclusive digital transformation. Likewise, the Korean government also announced the New Southern Policy Plus at the ASEAN-Korea Summit last November, which is the upgraded version of the New Southern Policy. The New Southern Policy Plus laid out 7 key initiatives for cooperation to meet the demands of ASEAN partners in the areas including public health, human resources development, and new technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, and the Internet of Things. Taking these factors into consideration, I believe that session 2 of today's forum will provide all of us with a platform to share the post-pandemic vision, let alone the concrete strategy for economic recovery. On a different but related note, I'm pleased to emphasize that Korea and Australia have been close partners for more than a half century, commemorating the 60th anniversary of the diplomatic relationship this year. As middle powers in staunch support of liberal democracy and market economy, both countries have much in common. The close ties of friendship and cooperation with Southeast Asia, including ASEAN, is one of the striking commonalities between Seoul and Canberra. In a nutshell, I strongly hope and believe that today's Vaccine Forum will become one of the many joint projects between Korea and Australia in the months and years to come. Last but not least, I'd like to thank the International Vaccine Institute for the generous assistance in organizing this forum. Thank you, and I once again wish today's forum a great success. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Ambassador Lim, for the welcome remark. I now would like to invite Ambassador Nankervis, who was appointed as ambassador to the ASEAN in October 2020. He has previously served as Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Strategy and Regional Maritime Branch. Please welcome Ambassador Nankervis.
Well, thanks very much. Good morning, all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's a real pleasure to join Ambassador Lim and DSG Kung Phoak, hi DSG, to welcome you to today's forum. And it's great to see so many friends from ASEAN member states and from the Secretariat on the line. Firstly, I'd like to really thank the Republic of Korea for this really important initiative. And as Ambassador Kim has the International Vaccine Institute, for bringing us together with our ASEAN partners to address this really vital issue. I think Ambassador Kim said it really well. It's really the #1 issue for our region right now, and of course for the world, dealing with the health and economic impacts of COVID-19. And as the Ambassador mentioned, including as we deal with very difficult new variants. I think today is an important forum for deepening cooperation, consultation, information sharing between Australia and the Republic of Korea and our ASEAN partners on this really important endeavour. Australia is really committed to our partnership with ASEAN and Southeast Asia in addressing the crisis. We've stepped up our support over the last year in recognition that our long-term security and economic recovery are really closely intertwined with ASEAN's. We're in this crisis together, and in the words of our Prime Minister, a strong, cohesive and responsive ASEAN is vital to the region's successful recovery. And as Ambassador Kim said very well, no country will be safe until we're all safe. We really see the Republic of Korea as a vital partner in this endeavour and in supporting ASEAN and Southeast Asia, the region. As Ambassador Kim mentioned, this year marks the 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Australia and the Republic of Korea, and opportunities to deepen our cooperation have never been better. Australia's Indo-Pacific vision and the Republic of Korea's New Southern Policy Plus both really prioritise ASEAN and strongly support ASEAN centrality. Australia really sees ASEAN at the heart of the region and at the heart of our foreign policy. And I know Australia and the Republic of Korea are both strong supporters of the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, which outlines principles which should guide our cooperation on COVID-19 and beyond, and a framework for practical cooperation. Ambassador Kim went through the important work that Korea is doing in partnership with ASEAN to address COVID-19 and beyond. And following a series of announcements by our Prime Minister and Foreign Minister last year, Australia has new tools for such cooperation, which we hope can help to give ASEAN's options to ASEAN and to Southeast Asian countries. So on vaccine support, we've committed $400 million for Southeast Asia. We're making really good progress with different Southeast Asian partners on what we call end-to-end support for these member states on things like cold chain storage, training of health workers, and communications to address vaccine hesitancy. On procurement of vaccines, we've signed a contract with UNICEF of around $145 million for dose procurement for Southeast Asia by mid-2022. And we're looking at options right now to provide doses from our own domestic supply of AstraZeneca. And we're also a strong supporter of COVAX. We've committed $130 million for the advanced market commitment. And of course, like the Republic of Korea, we've contributed to ASEAN's COVID-19 response fund. And we understand that those funds will also be used for vaccine procurement. We're also delivering new economic programs in Southeast Asia, worth close to $500 million Australian dollars. These are focused on trade, digital commerce, infrastructure, cyber norms, economic integration and economic recovery. And this includes our $1 million contribution to the economic components of ASEAN's comprehensive recovery framework, as well as support for monitoring and evaluation of that framework. And as we work towards a post-pandemic future and increasing preparedness, we've also committed $21 million to the ASEAN Centre for Public Health Emergencies and Emerging Diseases. We've committed to support up to 40 ASEAN One Health fellowships through the new ASEAN Australia Health Security Initiative, and pledged to help operationalise the ASEAN Coordinating Centre for Animal Health and Zoonoses. We really look forward to even closer coordination and cooperation with our partner, the Republic of Korea, and our ASEAN partners on these efforts. And dialogues this one today, as I mentioned, can be really important to information sharing, coordination, and cooperation. So we're really looking forward to the discussion today, and thanks again to our partners for their participation and to the Republic of Korea for the opportunity to co-host and co-chair this really important event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Nankervis, for the welcome remarks. I would like to invite Ambassador Kung Phoak, who was appointed as the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Social Cultural Community in 2018. His Excellency was the Under-Secretary of State at the Office of the Council of Ministers of the Royal Government of Cambodia. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Lim Song Nam, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, His Excellency Will Nankervis, Australian Ambassador to ASEAN, Dr. Jerome Kim, Director General, International Vaccine Institute, Dr. Anh Watel, Deputy Director General, International Vaccine Institute, distinguished representative, resource speakers and participants. Very good morning. Congratulations to the Republic of Korea and Australia for co-hosting this relevant forum on building vaccine cooperation, capacities and security for post-COVID recovery. This is a timely event as we continue to address the impact of COVID-19 at the global and regional communities, with new and various challenges emerging, especially in achieving vaccine security. I also wish to extend my appreciation for inviting ASEAN to this discussion, as it aligns with ASEAN's thrust to move toward building resilience to support national and regional post-COVID-19 recovery and reopening. ASEAN commitment to vaccine security and self-reliance underscores the need to strengthen collaboration and stakeholders' engagement through knowledge sharing, capacity building, and other development engagements. ASEAN intervention on vaccine security and self-reliance also contribute to the implementation of the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework through its strategy on enhancing health system. On this regional commitment, allow me to share that the Regional Strategic and Action Plan on ASEAN Vaccine Security and Self-Reliance for 2021-2025 was adopted by the ASEAN Health Minister on 14 May 2021 and is now set to be fully enforced and complement other scaled-up response initiative on COVID-19 and other emerging health threats. ASEAN welcome cooperation with multi-stakeholders to realize the short, medium, and long-term objective of this Regional Strategic and Action Plan. Excellency, distinguished representative, since the start of the year, a number of ASEAN webinars on COVID-19 vaccine have been conducted with regional dialogue and involvement partner. They were aligned with the priority on achieving a timely and equitable access to affordable and quality assured COVID-19 vaccine in the region. Vaccination is one of the most cost-effective and established global public health intervention used to prevent devastating infectious diseases. Moreover, in the case of this pandemic, we have also learned that the COVID-19 vaccine is not a silver bullet. It is rather a vital complementary action to ongoing social and public health measures that will aptly facilitate recovery from the socio-economic impact of COVID-19. With the aim to leave no one behind, WHO global target are to vaccinate at least 10% of the population of every country by September, at least 40% by the end of 2021, and 70% by the middle of next year. To date, all AMS are rolling out vaccines through their respective national vaccine programs and have received vaccine from COVAX facility or through bilateral or multilateral arrangement. Through global and regional cooperation and solidarity on COVID-19, a positive and enormous possibility have been realized in order to support the equitable distribution of COVID-19 vaccine, such as the Gavi COVAX Advanced Market Commitment, a mechanism that finances the procurement of COVID-19 vaccine doses for 92 low and middle income economies around the world. Both the Republic of Korea and Australia have committed substantial funding to further this cause. Through the various initiatives on enhancing health system and the implementation plan of the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, particularly on vaccine security and self-reliance, ASEAN look forward to further cooperate and work alongside the Republic of Korea and Australia. This is critical given the new Southern Policy Plus of ROK and the vision for the Indo-Pacific of Australia, particularly on concrete cooperation relevant to responding to all hazard and emerging threat and vaccine security and self-reliance. On this note, congratulations again and look forward to the presentation, enriching dialogue and recommendation relevant to enhancing cooperation in ASEAN for post-COVID-19 recovery. With this, I wish everyone a productive discussion this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency Kung Phoak. Last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Jerome Kim, who was appointed as the Director General of the International Vaccine Institute in 2015. Prior to joining the International Vaccine Institute, Dr. Jerome Kim was the Principal Deputy U.S. Military HIV Research Program and led the Army's Phase 3 HIV vaccine trial. The floor is yours, Dr. Jerome. You are muted, Jerome, if I may.
My apologies.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Good morning again, Excellencies, Directors, colleagues, and esteemed guests. It is a pleasure and an honor to welcome such a distinguished panel of leaders in health, science, technology, foreign affairs, and trade to the ROK-Australia Vaccine Forum. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed a need and an opportunity for stronger vaccine cooperation, innovative vaccine research and development, domestic manufacturing capacity, and sustainable immunization programs at national, regional, and global levels. I'm looking forward to today's dialogue on how to build back stronger and build back together to better protect not only against COVID-19, but other vaccine-preventable infectious diseases that threaten health security, economies, and societies. IVI is an international organization headquartered in Seoul, South Korea, established as an initiative of the UNDP and now operating independently with 36 member countries as well as the WHO as member states. Our mission is to discover, develop, and deliver safe, effective, and affordable vaccines for global health. And we focus on vaccines that protect against infectious diseases that disproportionately affect low and middle-income countries. Indonesia, Myanmar, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam are among IVI's member states, and we've partnered with a range of collaborators across government, industry, and academia to understand the impact of infectious diseases that affect the Southeast Asia region, including COVID-19, cholera, Japanese encephalitis, dengue, and typhoid, as well as conducting disease surveillance and health economic studies and building up national capacities to respond to the silent pandemic of antimicrobial resistance. We of course invite the other ASEAN member states and dialogue partners to join IVI's vision of a world free from suffering from vaccine-preventable infectious diseases. IVI enthusiastically supports this initiative, the governments of the Republic of Korea, Australia, and the US to support ASEAN members in identifying unmet needs in vaccine discovery, development, and delivery against infectious diseases, including COVID-19 and beyond. To share experiences, knowledge, and best practices to build up regional cooperation and capacity. We've been an active participant and a willing partner in the rapid and profound scientific achievements that brought a vaccine solution to the COVID-19 pandemic in sight. And though we are not yet at the end of the crisis, unprecedented multilateral cooperation and coordination between public and private sectors were remarkable features of the pandemic and will influence the future of how we prevent and respond to infectious disease threats. It is imperative that we continue the momentum made necessary by the COVID-19 pandemic to strengthen local and regional vaccine manufacturing capacity, encourage vaccine technology transfers to increase supply and technical know-how, strengthen health and data systems for fair and efficient distribution, and commit to vaccine equity. This is how we build a safer future for all, a future we must build together. Thank you again, and I'm very much looking forward to country presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Jerome Kim. Now, at the session 1, we are aiming to look at cooperation for equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. The session starts with a presentation to address the status of the COVID-19 pandemic and the vaccination plan in some countries in Southeast Asia. Our first speaker is Professor Hee Chong-jong, Director of the National Institute of Infectious Diseases, Republic of Korea. Professor Chong was designated as the Director of the National Institute of Infectious Diseases in 2020. He has been a professor in Cheongnam National University since 2009. Professor Chong, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Can I see the slide? Yeah, I prepared the lecture, Overcoming COVID-19 and Preparing the Next Pandemic in Korea. And the content is that current effort to overcome COVID-19 in Korea and preparing post-pandemic and the next pandemic in Korea. As you know, Korea is one of the well-controlled country in the era of COVID-19 because we have three waves, but the early COVID-19 patients were below 1,000. And the economic effect of COVID-19 in Korea was very limited. Real GDP growth was not affected by the COVID-19. For this reason, Korea is known as one of the well-controlled country in case of COVID-19. And as you know, South Korea, the rate of COVID-19 patients in South Korea is very low till now. And the effective way to control was that usually we COVID test, trace, treat, 3T system. And as you know, we increased COVID-19 tests a lot, and it increased about 10 times from the first time. So it is effective way to control, to find the COVID-19 infected patients and to block the epidemics. The key factor was that to increase the facilities who can test COVID-19 very easily. So we developed drive-through system and walking-through system. And also there are well-trained epidemiologists and they performed rapid expensive search for contactor. So in Korea, usually undiagnosed infection was just 3 times compared to the diagnosed infection. So about 1/3 of cases were fastly diagnosed in Korea. It is very specific feature. And one of the key factors for COVID-19 response in Korea is that telecommunication companies, credit card companies, Ministry of Justice, and health insurance and review assessment service was operated in epidemiology investigation support system, so we can trace the patients in contact very well effectively. And when you visit a restaurant, some coffee shop or hotel like this, today I also checked in using QR code. And when the patient was discovered in Korea, we can trace the contact very easily. So it is one of the successful systems. And for quarantine, patients or contactors were designated in the self-monitoring system and applications, so we can follow the contactors well. And another successful story was therapeutics. Actually, National Institute of Infectious Diseases is one of the affiliated institutions of KDCA, Korea Disease Control Agency. And from the first, we have developed cell-driven monoclonal antibodies, and we have co-patency. So last year, we successfully developed it and performed clinical trial well. And the therapeutics was third approved monoclonal antibody against COVID-19 in the world. For this reason, when you apply our own therapeutics, the rate of critical cases was decreased from the March 2021. And another story is about the vaccination. Usually, the flu vaccination rate in Korea is very high compared to other countries. However, in case of COVID-19, the vaccination rate was not so fast in Korea because of the lack of the vaccines from the first. But now the rate is increasing very fastly. So now about 30% was vaccinated in Korea. We are catching up. And daily COVID-19 vaccine doses administered per 100 people, South Korea is now top of the countries. We are very fastly vaccinated the people. And for high-risk populations, about 90% of the high-risk population was vaccinated. And by the virtue of the vaccination, the rate of high-risk population cases and the rate of mortality is decreasing. And we are now preparing also post-pandemic and the next pandemic in Korea and in the world. And we are developing our own vaccines in Korea, and the leading company is SK Bioscience. SK Bioscience vaccine is funded by CEPI, and we are expected to finish phase 3 clinical trial within this year, and we want to support SK Bioscience vaccines for underdeveloped countries and poor countries with cheap prices. So for this reason, we are communicating with SK Bioscience, CEPI, and we are facilitating the development. Our institute is also involved in the vaccine development. And another vaccine is that DNA platform, GenXin and Gen1, Cellid, Ubiologics, and one of these products are planning to perform clinical trials in ASEAN countries, as I know. And to prepare the next pandemic, we should develop mRNA vaccines in Korea because fast vaccination, fast R&D and fast vaccination is available in case of mRNA vaccine compared to other platforms. So NIAID in Korea is cooperating with NIAID in United States and Moderna companies, and we have some MOU and ROI, and we are sharing the vaccine research. And also, May 2021, we have high-level meeting between Korea and US, and we have some MOUs also. And we want to become one of the countries producing COVID-19 vaccines as a hub. So we want to make a lot more vaccines to the global world, globally. Also, our institute has some cooperation with a Moderna company, and Dr. Fauci signed with the cooperation, and we are performing cooperation research now. And another effort to preparing post-pandemic is that the facilities for the next pandemic. Actually, this is me. I'm a specialist in infectious disease, and I took care of COVID-19 serious patients for 9 months before I became a director. And in Korea, we increased a lot of medical facilities to respond to COVID-19 very fast. Maybe the successful story is partly because of the well-trained medical healthcare facilities and the healthcare workers. Besides this, fortunately, Samsung company donated $0.7 billion to for National Hospital for to build the National Hospital for Infectious Diseases in Seoul, and 0.2 billion for National Institute of Infectious Diseases. And we are planning to make some good facilities like National Center for Infectious Diseases in Singapore, and we also want to visit Singapore, and we are planning to visit we are planning to cooperate with Singapore. Yeah, in summary, we are performing current efforts to overcome COVID-19 in Korea. We are trying to, we have successful quarantine and therapeutics and vaccination, and we are preparing post-pandemic by the vaccine platform development and global cooperation. Also, we are preparing facilities for the next pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chung, for the presentation. I would like to welcome Dr. Stephanie Williams. Dr. Williams was appointed as Australia Ambassador for Regional Health Security in March 2020. As Ambassador, Dr. Williams supports the advancement of Australia's interest in the Indo-Pacific by fostering linkages between Australia's world-class public health and medical research experts and partners in the region. The floor is yours, Dr. Williams.
Many thanks for the opportunity to join today's dialogue. I wanted to reflect, as the topic is the status of the COVID pandemic in Southeast Asia and the Australian experience to date, and make the point which has already been made about COVID does not let us stand still for a single moment, and we are needing to constantly learn and learn together and adapt our national and international strategies for response. And in Australia, we have had success in maintaining a goal of zero community transmission of COVID through clear public health measures such as quarantine, test, treat, isolate, and social distancing measures when required. But as we look at the current moment, and I think about how New South Wales at Christmas in 2020 dealt with a initially localised outbreak in the northern beaches, and how the response has changed and become swifter and bigger in terms of the current social lockdown in Sydney, a city of 5 million people, as they try and get a handle on the cluster. It's a good reminder that with the Delta variant, which is one of the variants driving transmission here in Australia, that while our tools still work, we need to use more of them. We might need to use them for longer, and obviously vaccines are a key part of that. Now, we are, very lucky that the vaccines available in Australia and in use do have a marked impact on the incidence of death and hospitalisation due to COVID-19, as we've seen from the UK and US in particular, but as we are also seeing across the region. And as at today, Australia has vaccinated 7.5 million people in population. But that is not without challenges. And the vaccination plan, just like we are learning and adapting to COVID, we are adapting to changes in our expectations. So we have experienced supply challenges. We have experienced the manufacturing, as Australia's CSL facility has now increased to a production of AstraZeneca vaccine per week. That took some time. We are, with an excellent pharmacovigilance and safety system, learning around the use of real-time evidence for policy when it comes to eligible cohorts for the AstraZeneca vaccine and the incidence of the TTS syndrome in some cohorts, which has led to changes, which have required communication and required extra measures to build vaccine confidence. And as Professor Young pointed out, in terms of whilst we're dealing with the current vaccine plan, also thinking about our future vaccine challenges, be it future boosters, variant adapted boosters, changes in eligible cohort in the future, and at the same time our ongoing research and development efforts from the basic and clinical trial research for COVID vaccines, but as well pointed out already, about platforms for the future, so that at least our technology architecture is ready when this happens again. So in reflecting on Australia's challenges, I just wanted to echo as well that our national challenges in maintaining a zero COVID community transmission and achieving a high vaccination coverage is of course related to the success and cooperation of those two goals in our region. Ambassador Nankervis outlined international vaccine support, which I can touch on as well later in the presentation, but we see it as intrinsically linked, our domestic control measures, vaccination efforts, to our international partnerships and cooperation towards a phase of constantly learning, adapting and rising to the challenge of COVID, albeit presenting differently in our region together. I'll stop there. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. I now would like to welcome Dr. Nguyen Ho Tu, Permanent Vice President, General Secretary, Vietnam Young Physicians Association. Dr. Nguyen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. 1 second, I will try to share my screen. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to talk about Vietnam's situation regarding the vaccine the distribution in our country now. As you may know, our country had quite a good performance for the last year and the recent. But the reason why what we call the fourth wave is a bit harder than before. So at the moment we do so for the moment we have like over nearly 16,000 cases, which is the fourth wave. The reason why actually contribute over 70% of the case. And but we do keep the death rate is very low, and we have been priced for very responsive treatment for COVID-19 for the last 2 years. Okay, so the situation in Vietnam now. We are in the biggest city in the south of our country is the Ho Chi Minh City. Had a very increasing rate of COVID case recently, and so we that's why our vaccination plan have to move much faster than what we planned before. And apart from in all our 3 provinces, only 11 has no case of COVID-19 for the moment, but we do believe that the case will cover all the country very soon. And the province which have the most case is Bắc Giang province. We have a lot of the industrial zone. And it's become our most concerns now, since the industrial zone is one of the very sensitive zone when it comes to the pandemic. Okay, so for the vaccination choice in Vietnam at the moment, we have we already have the emergency license for AstraZeneca, Sputnik, Verocell, what we call Sinopharm, and Comirnaty or Pfizer-BioNTech. We are because by the very progressive action from the government, we have secured. We have already signed a contract with all of those manufacturers, and hopefully we're going to have about 150 million doses by sometime by the end of this year, or maybe at the beginning of 2022. apart from Sinopharm, we didn't sign contract. We get the donation from the Chinese government. For the brief introduction, I would like to introduce that in Vietnam, we actually one of the 42 countries. I think it's about data now. There should be more now. 42 countries that can actually producing vaccine. Very notably, the flu vaccine. We have 4 companies which have license to produce vaccine. Its own government-owned or partly government-owned is Biotech, Polyvac, Nankervis, and IVAC. For the cell development vaccine in Vietnam, our most prominent candidates is the Nankervis or what we call the Nanocovax vaccine. It's used recombination spike protein, and it's very old. Not very old. Sorry, it's an old technology, but it's proved to be very safe, and it's have already finished the second stage, and its first step in the third clinical trial. But there's still a lot of things we need to do before it can be licensed. We hopefully this vaccine will be available by in the beginning of next year. For the COJOY in the vaccination production, we have Biotech have cooperate with Angis in Japan. We produce Angis 03 vaccine. What we call it using DNA vaccine vector. It's a very new technology, and I think if it's going to come out, it will be the first of this kind in this one. We also have a contract. The Biotech also have a contract with Cambodia. That's the one who manufactures the Sputnik, and and we intend to produce about 5 million doses of Sputnik every month from August. And the private sector also come in this one. We have Vingroup and Vietnam Corporation join hand with the company Acturus. That's based in Singapore, and they developed an mRNA vaccine similar to Pfizer and Moderna, and it's scheduled to be released by the end of this year. So hopefully we also have another candidate for the vaccine manufacturer in Vietnam. This one. So about our government plan, some of you may know that even we had managed to keep a very low rate of infection in our country, but to be honest, our rate, the vaccination rate in our country is very low. Up until yesterday, we have about 3.1 million Vietnamese people have their first dose, and only like 155,000 people have been fully vaccinated. So it's the fully vaccinated population is just about 0.2%, and the first dose vaccine population is 3.3%. It's very, very low. So our problem is the vaccination. Even we have signed contract it quite early.
Dr. Nguyen, I think we lost you. We cannot hear you. Now we can hear you. Sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Please carry on.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, our problem is the deliverance of vaccine had been delayed so many times. We have like on the graph you can see for now Vietnam only received nearly 4 million doses, and on top of that 1 million already get it from Japan. We will get another batch from Japan donation very soon. So really thanks Japan for that one. And all of the other we get a bit delay, and our government is trying to push the delivery and the injection. We already in Ho Chi Minh City, so we have our first vaccination campaign, and we achieved the rate of about 100,000 people get vaccinated per day. And our national CDC have calculated the rate that we should perform about 1 million dose administration per day for the nationwide. And it's a very feasible number, and we think after we receive last dose of delivery of vaccine, we should be able to do that. And for the priority group in Vietnam, we have 11 category for the vaccine should be like distributed freely for all the people in Vietnam. We have our Prime Minister have raised a campaign. Sorry, have raised the rising funding campaign, and for the moment, all of the people in the country have contributed like nearly for $400 million for the government to buy vaccine. It's not like a compulsory in our country, but it's a very voluntary campaign, and it's really successful. And to prepare for the vaccination for the country, we are going to have like 15,000 injection points in the community, and we have for the moment we have 8 storage in the from the military, and from the private sector we have BNBC. They have like through big storage, and the foreign sector like DKSS is also coming. They promise to build a storage of about like 10 million $2. And also the private sector like Vingroup and Biotech I mentioned before, they are building storage capacity of up to 40 million doses. So the distribution in our of the vaccine in our country is really very well planned. So what's next? Again, it's a concern of all the countries that we still need to keep the pandemic in check, and also preparing for the future. And for the moment, we have our team already be able to produce Favipiravir, but we may know in the brand name of Avigan. And it's still in clinical trial, but so hopefully we will be successfully able to produce by the end of this year. We have a lot of vaccine in development, and also for important the social distancing we still keeping, and a lot of countries still practicing this. A lot of our province still keep practicing this for the whole year. And we do aggressive testing campaign at least by the end of 2022 to keep the disease in check, and hopefully the vaccination rate should go going well, and our country will become will achieve herd immunity by the end of 2022 for all the vaccines anyway. Yeah, that's the very brief introduction of the Vietnam situation in regarding the vaccination and something. And if you have any question, I'm very happy to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Next, we will have 3 presenters who will present vaccine supply chains, research and innovation of COVID-19 vaccines. First, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Daniel Chuwul-Rhee, research scientist at International Vaccine Institute. Dr. Rhee, the floor is yours.
How to start?
Dr. Ree, are you connected?
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
Can you see my screen now?
Not yet. Can you share your screen again?
I'm sharing my screen now.
Okay. I think you should switch off your camera, Dr. Nguyen. All right, thank you. We can see you well. Dr. Ree.
Okay. Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to present a couple of ideas. So there are a lot of COVID-19 vaccines in clinical development, both in clinical phase and even more in the preclinical development. And of those, there are a handful that has already been listed under the WHO emergency use listing that has enabled many other countries to initiate the vaccine import and licensure track. And of course, there are other additional vaccines that have already published their interim phase 3 efficacy results and are waiting for WHO's decision or review. For the past couple of months, rapid large-scale manufacturing, along with the contracting and licensing agreements, has enabled the billions of COVID-19 vaccines doses to be manufactured, but still the global demand is much higher than the supply. Therefore, the successful development of additional vaccines and scale-up of manufacturing of the approved vaccines are extremely critical to meet the global demand. Due to the quick ramp-up, the manufacturing process may not have been optimized, resulting lower yield, producing lower than the actual manufacturing capacity they have originally announced, and may even affected by the flow of raw materials affecting the supply chains as well. And apart from the manufacturing capacity, intellectual property is really a complicated idea because the foundational technology that was needed to develop the vaccine may first invented in academia or small biotech companies that eventually licensed out to the larger entity for further development and commercialization. And this really increases the complexity involved in intellectual property protection and licensing that will be creating some legal barriers for future research and development as well. Vaccine manufacturing is a very complex process where the quality makes a difference in efficacy and safety. Therefore, the qualified regulatory agencies are very critical as well. Looking from the lessons learned from the previous vaccine shortages, I brought 3 examples where yellow fever vaccine shortage led by the outbreak in 2016. The WHO has recommended about 20% of the full dose, a fractional dose as an immediate short-term strategy. Whereas the HPV vaccine for cholera, WHO has also recommended for rapid scaling of vaccine production, new manufacturers from other countries, and off-label extended interval between the doses for HPV and for highly controlled by WHO for oral cholera vaccines. So there are many remaining research questions related to COVID-19. I'm not going to list all the questions here or go through them, but there are a lot of research questions unanswered that will invite further collaboration and innovative research ideas to answer these questions. One recent idea that has recently gained a lot of attention is the mix and match strategy, where it may help countries facing fluctuating COVID-19 vaccine supplies. And several countries have already implementing this strategy of combining different platforms of COVID-19 vaccine in their routine immunization program. Information sharing on the vaccine supply and demand would be critical because the volatility of the vaccine demand is extremely high, affected by either a new safety issue, the efficacy on the new variants, and new vaccine introduction. I have brought some of the publicly announced vaccine supply agreements from the UNICEF dashboard, which is not really an exhaustive supply that each individual country has made because of the multiple channels of the vaccine supply, including COVAX, bilateral, and regional. Therefore, the more predictable vaccine supply and demand scenario will have to help the manufacturers to meet their future demand. Harmonizing regulatory process would be extremely important because each country has its own regulatory review and approval process. There are a lot of COVID-19 vaccine clinical trials being conducted in ASEAN countries, and regional mechanism to streamline regulatory procedures would be extremely helpful to bring the next waves of COVID-19 vaccine into the market. So looking about the vaccine security beyond COVID-19, of course, the building, expanding, repurposing manufacturing sites along with the staff and talent acquisition would be a good mid to long-term strategy. Harmonizing regulatory requirements would be one as well. Extremely important not to mention is really to foster the collaboration, establish technical system mechanism between ASEAN countries or even between other countries, including Korea and Australia. Establishing a push and pull strategy at the regional level will be helpful to bring the next wave of the vaccine into the market. As I mentioned previously, information sharing on the supply and demand, and even to think about beyond the COVID-19 vaccine, however, for the another infectious disease, outbreak-prone infectious disease vaccines for joint emergency stockpile at the regional level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ree. I would like to welcome Dr. Nakorn Prensri. Dr. Nakorn Prensri is the director of the National Vaccine Institute in Thailand. He was appointed in February 2019. He has previously served as the director of the Bureau of Epidemiology, Department of Disease Control. Dr. Nakorn, the floor is yours. Are you connected, Dr. Nakorn?
Yes. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Good morning, Dr. May I ask if the host or Dr. An, may you please mute your mic because there is some minor echo over here. Okay. Good. So,
do you still hear any echo from your end? We don't hear any echo from our end.
Right. But I hear the echo over here. I don't know for the others, but if the host can mute the mic, and then I think it would be better. Okay. Okay, the echo is gone. Okay, so thank you very much for the IVI and the ASEAN member states, as well as Australia and South Korea for convening this important forum that we can meet each other even during the COVID-19 pandemic. So I will be in brief for the work on our introduction that NVI is a government agency of Thailand under the law, and we are the non-profit organization under the supervision of Ministry of Public Health Thailand. And our mandate is to develop the national policy and strategies for vaccine security and to promote, support, and manage vaccine research, development, production, and administration towards national vaccine security, and to manage, integrate, mobilize, and implement actions according to targets set by the national vaccine policies and strategy, and build to strengthen the network of national and international vaccine partners, and to establish an information center for vaccine policy decision-making and technical support for partners, and develop and strengthen the capacity of human resource and experts for the vaccine. And as mentioned by His Excellency Kung Phoak, that regarding the ASEAN vaccine security and self-reliance, or AVSSR, NVI is a focal point on leading this agenda of the ASEAN member states, and ASEAN Leaders Declaration, as well as a Regional Strategic and Action Plan, has been endorsed by AHMM, as said by His Excellency Mr. Kung Phoak. And for the COVID-19 vaccine access in Thai population, we outlined the blueprint to access for COVID-19 vaccine, that aiming for Thai people have equitable and fair access to high quality, safe, and effective COVID-19 vaccine to reduce loss of life and its socio-economic impacts. And right now, the scope of COVID-19 vaccine access has been expanded to all the people who are living in Thailand will have an equitable and fair access to the vaccine. And by the blueprint, it will be the coordination framework for all sectors in the collaboration and reduce vaccine development cycle time and build country capacity in the long run. So we outlined the 3 pathways, and they will be conducted in parallel. And the first part is to support local R&D in the various vaccine platform. Right now we have almost 20 candidates vaccine running in the development process, and some of them have been conducted in the clinical trial. And the second part that we conducted advanced market commitment, mostly in the bilateral arrangement, and we expect to reach 150 million doses by 2022 through bilateral or the multilateral agreement. In the other part, we also have a technology transfer collaboration, which we have done so far with AstraZeneca to produce AstraZeneca vaccine for the regional supply in the Southeast Asia countries. And for the local R&D, we have various vaccine platform on mRNA vaccine, which now has been started of the clinical trial phase 1 in human. It's developed by Chulalongkorn University with the collaboration with University of Pennsylvania on the mRNA vaccine. For DNA vaccine, we have the local company named Bionet Asia, who developed the DNA vaccine that can pass through the animal preclinical stage. And with the vaccine of Bionet Asia, Bionet has also the collaboration with Australia researcher. That Australian researcher, I think the vaccine has started for the clinical trial phase 1 in Australia already. The other 2 platforms which I would like to mention from this diagram. One is inactivated, but it's not the whole virus. It's a recombinant between Newcastle disease virus and COVID-19, that the Newcastle disease virus will contain spike protein of COVID-19, of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And the government pharmaceutical organization using the influenza facility, the egg-based vaccine production, to produce a vaccine in collaboration with PATH and supported by Gates Foundation. And it's in the parallel collaboration with Vietnam researcher and Brazilian researcher. So we are conducting the vaccine development in parallel by the same platform. The other platform is protein subunit. It's a plant-based using a tobacco leaf as a production platform. The name is Bayer Phytopharm. It's developed together with the Faculty of Pharmacy of Chulalongkorn University. So for the moment, we are a number of vaccines in the stage of development as well, like recombinant live attenuated with Nasdaq Biotech. They use influenza as a platform and insert the genetic of SARS-CoV-2 into that influenza virus. It's to be one cycle of replication of live attenuated virus. And the other viral vector platform is also being developed, and as well as a viral particle. It's in the development stage, being tested in animal. So those are the vaccines that locally R&D. And for the other international collaboration, we have a technology transfer as a contract manufacturing organization with AstraZeneca of the viral vector vaccine platform. And right now, the company named Siam Biosense is able to produce a vaccine, and it will start AstraZeneca Thailand will start off vaccine export in the coming days in July for the another 7 countries in Southeast Asia. And for the collaboration that we are looking for, it's vaccine R&D, and by the platform that we have shown, we are open for any collaboration with maybe South Korea, Australia, or ASEAN member state that we can work together on the vaccine R&D, technology transfer, or even the procurement of the vaccine. And since NVI is a focal point of Thailand, and I would say that we are the entry point of any collaboration with the international partners, and as well as ASEAN member states, as well as we are the focal point on AVSSR as well. And one of the points that we are going to conduct with our ASEAN member state is a platform of information sharing, so that we can have the information regarding our region on the situation of the disease, as well as the vaccine supply and demand within the region. So, and all of the leaders and the organization can use the information for the usefulness of decision making. And we would like to take this opportunity to consider that we are the potential partner for manufacturing supply chain, and we can work closely with multi-clinical trial site or technology transfer that to match with the local manufacturer here in Thailand. For the capacity right now, we are developing the capacity of mRNA vaccine manufacturing, DNA vaccine manufacturing, and subunit protein manufacturing. So those are the 3 platforms that we are developing, and with including the existing manufacturing capacity of viral vector vaccine that in the collaboration with Siambo Science and AstraZeneca. So those are the opportunity of collaboration that we can work together to increase the vaccine supply, and as well as making a close collaboration on technology development and collaboration of vaccine research and development. So I will stop here and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Last but not least, I'd like to invite Professor Tony Cunningham, Director of the Centre for Virus Research in Australia. Professor Cunningham?
Thank you very much. I apologize for not being able to share my slides, but so I'll just straight present. There's a silver lining for COVID in that in Australia, the senior vaccinologists, vaccine scientists, in collaboration with their institutions, universities and research institutes, and state and Commonwealth governments have realized the importance of better integration, collaboration and establishment of pipelines through from research and development to clinical trials and manufacturing. So we've seen the establishment of the Australian Vaccine Response Alliance of 40 vaccine scientists throughout Australia to collaborate more on R&D of vaccines. We've seen proposals to government about enhancing the national networks such as PC3 laboratories, which were overloaded during the initial stages of the pandemic, and also biobanks, which enable us to access specimens for R&D in the future. We also have seen the establishment of clinical vaccine trial alliances at both state and federal level, called Vax for COVID at federal level. And we have seen also collaborations for looking at immune responses to vaccines, because hopefully in the future we will be able to judge boosters and new vaccines more by their immune responses rather than having to go through extensive clinical trials of tens of thousands of people. The individual scientific initiatives in Australia through current vaccine candidates have ranged from single protein candidates with molecular clamps in conjunction with CEPI, which got into clinical trials and is now being refashioned at the University of Queensland, other recombinant proteins with adjuvants at the Flinders University, also in phase 1 clinical trials, innovative delivery systems such as individual proteins within tuberculosis vaccine, BCG, at the University of Sydney, and the establishment of pilot RNA vaccine capability at Monash University and the University of Melbourne and Doherty in Melbourne. We've seen the establishment of humanised mouse models at the Walter and Eliza Hall Institute in Melbourne, of ferrets and hamster models at CSIRO, and in our own institution, human lymph node explant models to bridge the gap between small animals and humans. In terms of immune response to vaccines, statewide collaboratives have been set up in Victoria and in New South Wales and are collaborating with each other to look at utilise the huge strength in viral immunology in Australia to assess in great depth the responses to vaccines. The Australian Vaccine Response Alliance, which I referred to initially, as I mentioned, is a collaborative of 40 vaccine scientists through the universities of Queensland, Sydney and Melbourne, aimed at coordinating vaccine development in Australia, aimed at pandemic virus emergence and antibiotic resistance superbugs. And it's aimed at fortifying our sovereign capability in the future. And we're starting to see the benefits and fruits of that come to pass as now. And we are also interested, of course, in supporting the training of the next generation of scientists in vaccines. Adult vaccines have been a bit of a Cinderella compared to pediatric vaccines, and we're gradually establishing a greater capability in that particular field, which is certainly a field of interest of my own, having worked with GSK collaboratively for over 30 years on the herpes simplex and shingles vaccines. So the Australian Vaccine Response Alliance is looking at antigen surveillance, at adjuvant development and antigen discovery, and as I mentioned, animal models, vaccine immunity, and through to academic phase 1 trials. And if we look at the trial networks that have been set up in Australia, as Dr. Premsri mentioned, I'm part of the group in Sydney and Perth and Adelaide through this national clinical trial network that's looking at phase 1-2 trials for the Bionet Asia DNA vaccine candidate. Novavax went to Melbourne, to Nucleus, for participation in their phase 1-2 trials. Clover Biopharmaceuticals went to the Linear Clinical Research Centre in Perth, and there have been several other approaches from vaccine companies to look at trialling of vaccines, or even influenza and COVID vaccines simultaneously in Australia. A lot of approaches at present. So these networks are critical in order to build the bandwidth and capacity to do that. And of course, we're working closely with CSL, who are producing the AstraZeneca vaccine and are interested in expanding their capability in Melbourne. Governments have stepped up. The Medical Research Future Fund of the Commonwealth has contributed $30 million in 2020 and 2021 State governments have also stepped in with my own state contributing 25 million, particularly to develop collaboratives and to develop translational components such as RNA vaccines and also immune responses. In infrastructure, Victoria has just contributed $250 million to try and bring two infectious disease institutes together. Queensland 20 million and New South Wales is currently looking at 40 million. We do look at much more investment in that over the next year, and that's currently being considered. The Commonwealth Government has called for RNA vaccine manufacturing in Australia to develop such manufacturing, and there have been expressions of interest from 4 states, and we do know that that will probably interface with the interest of Moderna in establishing a plant in Australia. Certainly this will help us in greater attraction of onshore manufacturing, and another vaccine company has expressed interest in setting up manufacturing of protein vaccines in Australia. And finally, our WHO Collaborating Centre in Melbourne, which does such a good job in tracking influenza variants around the world, is now participating in the WHO network that's being set up to track coronavirus variants so that we can appropriately establish new boosters that may be effective against variants of concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Cunningham. So let's move on. Now let me introduce the moderator of the Session 1 panel discussion on regional and multilateral vaccine cooperation. Ms. Cecilia Chong is Deputy Director General of the ASEAN and Southeast Asia Affairs Bureau in the current Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ms. Chong, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Ortal. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here. We've heard from a lot of experts on fascinating topics, and we all probably wake up to vaccination updates, so it's very heartening to hear there are all these collaborations going on. So in this session, this panel, we will be hearing from renowned experts on regional and multilateral vaccine cooperation. We have a robust mix of policymakers, many with medical backgrounds, and never have I imagined that foreign policy experts and health policy experts would forge such close collaboration. We will be hearing from them on national efforts to procure and roll out vaccinations, supplemented by regional and global collaboration. So without further ado, I would like to first start with our Dr. Stephanie Williams, our first speaker from Australia. Dr. Williams?
Hi. Should I start? I've just got a bit of... Yep.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to join this panel also. I wanted to talk about 4 elements of Australia's regional and multilateral cooperation on vaccines and COVID, but vaccines in particular. As Ambassador Nankervis outlined in his introductory remarks, Australia has committed over 750 million Australian dollars to improve COVID-19 vaccine access globally and in our region, of which $400 million is to Southeast Asia. He talked about procurement, end-to-end support, and some technical cooperation. And the point being that our recognition of a shared effort is being realised with action and partnership, including with many speakers on the call today. And I was pleased to see counterparts with whom we consulted late last year as we started or initiated the Regional Vaccine Access Initiative. The first element of cooperation that I wanted to touch on is the multilateral side. And through Australia's Centre for Health Security, which was launched in 2017, we made a very early investment in the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovation. And we increased that during the pandemic. And I think now, because we know that there are vaccines and we are administering vaccines, it's easy to forget how the early recognition of multilateral cooperation in research and manufacturing that CEPI was able to broker with its deals has been critical to our current access to vaccines. Australia is also a proud supporter of the Foundation for Innovative New Diagnostics as part of the diagnostic supply chain, which we know is so critical to the ability to test with new and cheaper technologies throughout the world. Of course, there's the COVAX facility, and as a self-financing participant and as a contributor of 130 million Australian dollars to the advanced market commitment, we want to be part of this multilateral solution. And we are really pleased to have seen more than 500,000 doses delivered to the Pacific and in excess of 10 million to Southeast Asia to date. And we have an active role through Australian representative being the vice chair of the Gavi board, and a keen interest in making our dose sharing and access solutions available to all. The second part of the cooperation I wanted to touch on was a regional vaccine cooperation through the Quad partnership. And the reason for bringing this up is its focus on manufacturing and supply to the Indo-Pacific, where Australia's financial contribution of $100 million is on last mile delivery in Southeast Asia. But the vision of the expansion in manufacturing capacity in the region is again critical to those pillars that we know are going to be our challenge for the foreseeable future: ongoing manufacturing at scale of safe and effective COVID vaccines. The third element of cooperation I wanted to highlight from the Australian perspective is through the technical cooperation and partnership. So from the Australia's Regional Vaccine Access and Health Security Initiative, which is $523 million, there were three pillars: dose sharing and procurement, end-to-end support, and technical cooperation. And it's through additional funding to our domestic agencies such as the National Centre for Immunisation, Research and Surveillance, the Therapeutic Goods Administration, that we are boosting their capacity for international engagement on an ongoing basis, and providing a platform for bilateral or multilateral technical partnership and exchange. We had already been an active supporter of the Therapeutic Goods Administration to improve regulatory systems in partnership, and Dr. Guy mentioned it before on harmonisation of regulatory capacity. There are so many issues on which Australian institutions are actively and will be further engaged in cooperation in the region, as well as down to the research and development that Tony highlighted just before. The fourth element of the regional cooperation that I wanted to highlight is the specific commitment to the bilateral dose sharing. As our Prime Minister announced Australia's intent to share at least 20 million doses to the region by mid-2022, we are actively moving that forward and will be in discussion with several Southeast Asian countries in the very near future around how to translate that pledge from the Prime Minister into a regional dose sharing program that is in addition to what we are already sending to our neighbours in the Pacific, including Fiji, Timor and PNG. I will finish by acknowledging that forums such as the one we have had today are part of this regional and multilateral cooperation that we so value in our shared commitment for regional vaccine access for COVID. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, for that very comprehensive presentation. Next, I would like to invite Director General Adriano Irwin at the Foreign Cooperation Bureau at the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. Director General Irwin.
Thank you very much. Can you hear my voice? Is it loud?
Yes, can hear you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator, for your kind words to invite us to this forum. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or good morning here in Japan. Thank you for the opportunity to share unique experience in COVID-19 vaccine operations. Let me begin with the slide, content of the to all of you this morning. Next slide, please. Next slide. There's the content of our presentation. There are 5 topics that I will share to all of you today. First, with regard to the vaccination program and vaccine diplomacy. Point to its multilateral approach, regional approach, bilateral approach, vaccine procurement plan and coverage, and last but not least, its conclusion and recommendation. Next slide. As we know, vaccination is one of the critical pillars of the pandemic. Other than strengthening the diagnostic, treatment, and public health reform pillars, the government of Indonesia sets a target of 70% of the population as an amount of 181.5 million people to be vaccinated to achieve herd immunity. We started the vaccination program on January this year, and today at least 11 million Indonesians have been vaccinated. Ensuring access to vaccine for vulnerable groups, Indonesia developed a roadmap and technical guidelines according to WHO, Strategic Advisory Group of Experts, recommendations on allocating and prioritizing COVID-19 vaccination. It guided us to create 2 stages of the vaccination program. From January to June 2021, the government of Indonesia conducted vaccination program, which the fund was borne by the government. The first stage aims at the high-risk groups such as health workers, public servants, and elderly, with a total target of around 40 million people. In 2021, to the end of the year, the second stage aims at people in high-transmission area and a wider population group with a total target of around 141.5 million people. Indonesia is also provided vaccination program that aims at diplomatic representatives, international non-profit organization, international educational workers, and foreigners above 60 years old. Toward achieving herd immunities, the government of Indonesia is also provided independent vaccination scheme for the non-targeted vaccination program group. This scheme will be funded and arranged by cooperation association with Biopharma. It's one of the state-owned companies. Next slide, please. Let me begin with this approach, that what we call the vaccine diplomacy strategy in Indonesia. Towards meeting domestic needs of vaccines, including for COVID-19, Indonesia has taken the following measures. First, vaccine diplomacy, ensuring access to affordable, safe, and effective vaccine to all countries through bilateral and multilateral. Second, cooperation with multilateral partners such as WHO, CEPI, Gavi, and of course UNICEF. And third, cooperation in production and technology transfer with international vaccine development partners and Indonesian private companies or state-owned enterprises. And the fourth one is exploring and facilitating cooperation with various international partners through bilateral approach for the development and production of vaccines, such as provision of COVID-19 vaccine among Biopharma and Sinopharm, between Sinopharm and G42, and between the private sector, Calbe Pharma, and South Korea's company, Janssen. Currently, Indonesia has 2 plans on vaccine provisions. Long-term plan is the development of, we call it Merah Putih, or in English, red and white is a flag of Indonesia, vaccine developed by the Ministry of Research and Technology, the National Research and Innovation Agency, and the Aikman Institute of Molecular Biology, while the short-term funded through bilateral and multilateral cooperation. The government of Indonesia started the vaccine diplomacy using multilateral approach since 16 October 2020. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Health submitted expression of interest letter to Director General of WHO and CEO of Gavi on Indonesia's interest to participate on the vaccine pillar of the COVAX facility. That consortium that was initiated by Gavi in partnership with WHO and Indonesia as one of the middle-income countries included as advanced market commitment with other 91 countries is eligible to get vaccine COVID-19 with target of 20% of total population that will be distributed until June 2022. In addition, COVAX facility also gives support in the form of technical assistance and cold chain equipment. And on January 2021, Gavi informed Indonesia on the indicative location of COVAX vaccine for Indonesia, that is around 13.7 to 23.1 million doses of AstraZeneca vaccine, which was produced by SK Bioscience Republic of Korea. In the other multilateral approach, in addition, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia was elected as co-chair of the IMC EG on 13 January 2021, along with the Ethiopian Minister of Health and the Canadian Minister of International Development. This makes Indonesia able to continue the voice of the principles of equal access to vaccines for all countries by prioritizing transparency, unity, and solidarity. On transparency, the Indonesian Minister of Foreign Affairs, as the co-chair, is committed to running an inclusive and transparent process in this engagement group. On certainty, the Foreign Minister emphasized that to ensure that the vaccines are ready and distributed in a timely manner, it is necessary to obtain certainty regarding several important matters, namely the number of vaccines available, the type of vaccine that will receive, delivery schedule and regulations, and other important issues. And on solidarity, it was emphasized that to be able to support multilateral vaccine, international solidarity and strong cooperations are needed. Without the certainty of equal access to vaccines for all countries, the world will not be able to completely cope with the pandemic. And efforts to double vaccine production capacity include wave vaccines, a pattern that now has been discussed in the WTO, non-TRIPS waiver. On the regional approach, if I may share to all of you, there is an ASEAN COVID-19 response fund. Currently, ASEAN is in the discussion to procure vaccine via multilateral approach through UNICEF, and an amount of $10 million from the response fund will be distributed equally to the member state as their each monetary value. This amount will also be included in the cost of transportation, storage, and dissemination of the vaccines. Let me start next for the, this is the regional approach that we can share to all of you regarding the vaccine procurement initiated by the ASEAN. Next. And the bilateral approach, we have several cooperation that has been initiated, and some of them has been worked well. Started since June 2020. With Korea, we have a company, a local company, a private one, the Kalbe Pharma and Genexin, has come to join clinical trial vaccine GX19 and phase 3 in Indonesia. Now we are awaiting approval for clinical trial from Indonesia FDA, and opportunities for technology production of vaccine COVID-19, joint vector therapy COVID-19, R&D development for pharmaceutical products such as COVID-19 vaccines and medicine. In China, currently, Indonesia used two vaccines developed by China that are Sinovac and Sinopharm. Indonesia has been chosen as one of the countries to conduct clinical trial in August 2020 in cooperation with state-owned pharmaceutical company, namely Biopharma. While Sinopharm had conducted its clinical trial in the UAE, Indonesia already used emergency use authorization for CoronaVac since January 2021, and over 125 million doses Sinovac has been procured, and now we are also have another brand of Chinese vaccines such as Sinopharm that have been committed also through the bilateral approach. And in the next line, another vaccine, namely CanSino vaccine, is will be also procured and cooperate with the Chinese company. And from other is from Germany. Now we are in the middle of exploring cooperation with the BioNTech, increase Indonesia capacity in vaccine production technology, especially in life science and mRNA products. BioNTech offer Indonesia delegation to have a discussion, and we are still exploring right now. And hopefully in the near future, we can get another cooperation with other companies such as India. And then next slide, please. We also open any cooperation with Cuba, because Cuba also have potential vaccine that they already developed, such as Abdala, Mambisa, and Soberana. Of course, with the United States, we also have with the company, Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. And for the United Kingdom, we have AstraZeneca, and Russia are now exploring to have a cooperation with the Gamaleya Institute in order to have Sputnik V is one of the vaccines that will be used in our government plan. Next slide, please. This is the vaccine procurement and plan and the coverage. So there will be about 475.5 million doses of COVID vaccine procured in Indonesia up to Q1 2022 to meet the target of 181.5 people vaccinated. And as of 28 June 2021, it was yesterday, there is about 27.4 million people get their first dose of vaccination, and about 13 million people get their second dose. Thus, in total, currently there is 40.3 million people have been vaccinated in Indonesia, which is about 22.3% of target. And the last one is the conclusion and recommendation. If the vaccine procurement planning is running well, Indonesia will be able to fulfill its targets to vaccinate 181 people. This projection depends on firmly commitment made through multilateral, bilateral, and regional cooperation. From regional perspective, Indonesia, as the chair of ASEAN Health Ministerial Meeting, welcomes any collaboration towards attaining vaccine security and self-reliance in the region, including to assist the ASEAN member states to fulfill their needs in COVID-19 vaccines. And Indonesia is of the few that are some potential regional collaboration that need to promote, such as, first, there is a need to innovative funding solutions to leverage resources from vaccine immunization strategies. The sources can be from Gavi Atmas Market Comment, from other multilateral forum. The other one is price policy for vaccine, as which can help the reducing vaccine purchasing price, thus making vaccine more affordable. The third one is pool procurement. The fifth one is joint production of vaccine to speed up the production and distribution of vaccines in the region, and strengthen information sharing platform, R&D, and transfer technology. Well, moderator, thank you very much for time that you given to us. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from us. If you have any question or something that we can discuss, I will be very honored to have a discussion at a later stage. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Director General Irwin. Our next speaker is Dr. Ho Kim Chang, Director General for Health, Ministry of Health from Cambodia. You have the floor, sir.
Excellency and colleagues, a very good morning from Phnom Penh. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Ministry of Health of the Kingdom of Cambodia in the important forum. COVID-19 pandemic has posed a negative impact on the well-being of the people and global socio-economic development. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 in December 2019, up to now, many countries face challenges, and no single country can be controlled. The Royal Government of Cambodia commit to roll out the COVID-19 vaccine to 10 million target population. Ministry of Health Cambodia has developed the COVID-19 pandemic vaccine national deployment and vaccination plan, operational guideline for COVID-19 vaccine campaign, and COVID-19 vaccination campaign protocol. Follow up the national deployment and vaccination plan. Cambodia has prioritized and sequencing of the target group, in which healthcare worker or the essential service provider, elderly population, and adult with comorbidity are among first priority group. In response to the community outbreak, the Royal Government of Cambodia decided to shift from population-based to area-based, starting from the capital and its suburb, as well as the economic development region. For example, the factory zone, followed by other provinces respectively, Since the launch of the vaccination campaign on 10 February 2021, Cambodia has vaccinated more than 4 million people, which equal to more than 40% of its local target population. On the regional cooperation, the ASEAN health sector has synergized and scaled up its effort in responding COVID-19 and future plan public health emergency. ASEAN has its existing platform in achieving vaccine security and self-reliance in the region. The ASEAN Regional Strategic and Action Plan of the ASEAN Vaccine Security and Self-Reliance. As a part of its initial phase of implementation, initiative on COVID-19 vaccine has been prioritized, focusing on timely and equitable access to affordable and quality assured COVID-19 vaccine. On multilateral cooperation, thanks to Gavi Health System Strengthening, World Bank, and COVAX facility to support cold chain equipment, Cambodia was among the first countries to receive COVID vaccine from COVID facility. We also acknowledge the cooperation and support from Republic of Korea, Australia, to the ASEAN member states in development of human resources and capacity for the public health sector, as well as the commitment to help ensure fair and equitable access to vaccine, therapeutic, and diagnostic for the COVID-19. This unprecedented threat of humanity testifies the necessity to unite the global and regional effort while we further expand our national effort to mitigate the impact of the pandemic situation. We also reinforce our commitment to work together to overcome the COVID-19 crisis and prepare for any potential future pandemic. I believe that with the firm commitment and solidarity of us, we will overcome the difficulty together. Before I end my intervention, I would like to wish everyone well in wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ho Kim Cheng, for that overview. And next, joining us from the Philippines is Dr. Jay Montoya, Executive Director, Philippines Council for Health Research and Development at the Department of Science and Technology. You have the floor, sir. Dr. Montoya? I think you're on mute. Could you unmute your mic?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to share my slide. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good day to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to be part of the panel discussion on regional and multilateral vaccine cooperation. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the world, and countries have become helpless in combating the novel infections. Just like other countries, the Philippines faced extraordinary challenges to its health system in responding and controlling the spread of infections. These challenges were compounded by the lack of the country's preparedness and limited capacity for producing its own diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines. Hence, supplies are dependent and sourced out from foreign developers and producers. Recognizing the COVID-19 will not be the only pandemic in the future, the national government has decided and realized the importance of devising strategies that would build the Philippines' capacity to locally produce and manufacture vaccines. As the Philippines envisions to become self-reliant on vaccines, the Task Group on Vaccine Evaluation and Selection, chaired by the Department of Science and Technology, formulated the short, medium, and long-term plans for sustainable access to vaccines. With the end in mind, with the establishment of a local vaccine manufacturing facility, the Task Group on Vaccine Evaluation and Selection will navigate the possible avenues or modalities for setting up a local vaccine manufacturing facility in the country through 1, vaccine self-reliance project, and 2, private sector initiated established vaccine facility, and 3, public-private partnerships for the establishment of the local vaccine manufacturing facility. One of the initiatives to establish a vaccine development and manufacturing facility in the Philippines is through the Vaccine Self-Reliance Project of the Department of Health Research Institute for Tropical Medicine. This project includes the establishment of a full-fledged vaccine development and manufacturing facility that will comply with good manufacturing practices and biosafety requirements. To date, a pre-feasibility study of this project is being conducted by the Asian Development Bank. The pre-feasibility study will provide guidance to the Department of Health on which investment model will be best suited for the establishment of the vaccine facility. To date, the Task Group on Vaccine Evaluation and Selection through the Department of Trade and Industry, Board of Investments, and the National Development Company has been in close coordination with companies that expressed interest in establishing either a fill and finish vaccine facility and or eventually a fully integrated vaccine development and manufacturing facility. For public-private partnerships, with the need for more investments and to spread the risk involved in establishing the vaccine facility, the Philippine government, through the National Development Company, may co-invest through a public-private partnership scheme, either through the private sector's bid for the Vaccine Self-Reliance Project or their plan to establish their own facility in the country. The important role of research and development cannot be overemphasized in establishing a functional local development for vaccines and manufacturing facility in the country. Hence, the Department of Science and Technology is gearing towards the establishment of the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines, or VIP. The Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines envisions to be the country's premier research and development institute in virology, which will focus on areas of viral research, diagnostics, therapeutics, and treatment modalities and vaccines for both humans, plants, and animals. Looking forward, it is envisioned that the VIP will be situated at the New Clark City south of Manila in the same vicinity where the proposed vaccine facilities and local vaccine and fill-finish facilities will also be located. This will create a local R&D and manufacturing ecosystem geared toward the country's long-term goal of vaccine self-sufficiency. Other mandates of the VIP are as follows: collaboration to serve as venue for local and foreign researchers and institutions to co-develop and collaborate on virology R&D activities, for networking with local and foreign researchers and institutions working on virology, training to serve as a venue for human resource capacity building, and technology transfer, translation of outputs of R&D activities into technologies which public and private partners may adopt. Another key element of the effort is to establish local vaccine and development and manufacture in the country through a strong cadre of human resource, particularly in the fields of virology, immunology, and public health, among others, who can steer the country's efforts towards vaccine self-sufficiency. Hence, a whole-of-government approach shall be conducted to build the country's capacity in these areas through scholarships, exchange of scientists, technical experts, and training programs. The Philippines have been actively involved in pushing towards development of regional capacity among ASEAN member states. Some of these working initiatives are the following. Through the ASEAN Network for Drugs, Diagnostics, Vaccines, and Traditional Medicines Innovation, or the ASEAN NDI, which serves a regional network and convergence of regional initiatives to support capacity building and establishment of strategic research networks among the ASEAN member states. This is currently hosted by the Philippines, established in 2009, as a health research and development innovation network that would promote the discovery and development of health technologies to address health problems and propel the health industry in the ASEAN member states. To date, the ASEAN Network for Drugs, Diagnostics, Traditional Medicine, and Vaccines Innovation has successfully created a pipeline of projects and public-private partnerships. For example, the ASEAN Diagnostic Initiative aims to leverage complementary strengths in ASEAN NDI and the Singapore's Diagnostic Development Hub capability to co-develop diagnostic products that address unmet medical needs of ASEAN member states. The ASEAN Diagnostic Initiative is a program endorsed by the ASEAN Committee on Science and Technology through the ASEAN Subcommittee on Biotechnology in 2018 and co-chaired by the ASEAN NDI based in the Philippines and the Diagnostics Development Hub based in Singapore. Last June 17, during the 79th ASEAN Committee on Science and Technology Innovation and the 11th Informal ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Science, Technology, and Innovation, they approved the implementation of 2 projects in response to the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. These 2 projects will assist policy-making decisions, contribute to public health strategies and measures to contain the spread of infections, and enhance the health systems in the region. These 2 projects are the ASEAN Zero Surveillance Study in response to the COVID-19 collaboration initiative among ASEAN member states. This will use the surrogate virus neutralization test, or CPAS, for detection of antibody responses, especially among the vaccinated populations. And the other project is the ASEAN COVID-19 Genomic Project, which aims to provide real-time genomic surveillance for epidemic preparedness in the ASEAN region. It will maintain a real-time interactive genetic tree that presents the genomic relationships between COVID-19 sequences collected from the ASEAN member states. Capitalizing on the regional international networks, the Philippines will engage with foreign partners, bilateral and multilateral cooperation and partnerships on benchmarking activities to strengthen the capacity of the country's emerging vaccine development and manufacturing institutions. This will be in the following areas: human resource development and expertise in the fields of virology, immunology, and public health, among others; infrastructure and facilities development, such as biosafety laboratories, regulatory facilities, and testing facilities; information and knowledge sharing among research institutions, surveillance and genomic data for research purposes; and joint research and development activities and cooperation in virology through regional and multilateral cooperations. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak in this very prestigious conference. Thank you also for your attention and your time.
Thank you, Dr. Montoya, for your informative presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Justin Wong, Director at the Ministry of Health of Brunei Darussalam. I understand that Dr. Wong will be giving an overview of the vaccine landscape in ASEAN while addressing the emergence of new variants in ASEAN. Dr. Wong? Is Dr. Wong connected? Okay, it seems that he's having a bit of a technical problem, so why don't we move on to our 6th panelist and come back to Dr. Wong. Director Kung Phoak from Laos PDR, Director at the Ministry of Health. Is Dr. Kung Phoak ready?
Okay, yes, we are already just waiting a little bit.
Okay, sir, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Funfenra, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting us to join in the meeting. The first, I would like to introduce this is our team from the Ministry of Health, Laos PDR. I have my boss, Dr. Kung Phoak. He's the director of the vaccine preventable disease, Laos PDR. And me, I'm Dr. Chansai Pathamawong, Deputy Vaccine Preventable Disease, Laos PDR. The first, I would like to present about the vaccine cooperation in Laos PDR. Can you share the screen? Yes, we have the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, can we share the screen? Yes, great.
Yeah, I share the screen. No,
not this one. No. No. The last, tôi khởi số ngày số thái không bố mẹ tôi số này con sai vậy nè.
Is there another document that can be uploaded from our end, perhaps?
Hay khá cho present cái upload này. Because I sent the 5 p.m. to MOFA yesterday. Manอยู่นั่นแหละนะ upload.
Do we have the
please upload and share this. Please upload and share the screen.
Yes, we're working on it. Just one moment.
Thank you.แต่ว่าของเรามันมี
Just bear with us. We're trying to upload the updated document here.
Okay, if you maybe give the time, I have to present in my computer is okay. I would like to present for the
All right,
COVID-19.
so we will come back to you after resolve the document issue. Can we go to Mr. Colombini joining us from Jakarta, the acting economic chief of U.S. mission to ASEAN? Mr. Colombini, would you be ready to speak at this moment?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I'm ready.
Great. All right, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning from the U.S. mission to ASEAN in Jakarta. I'd like to thank the International Vaccine Institute and co-hosts the Republic of Korea and Australia for organizing today's forum. The COVID-19 pandemic poses a global threat. It has challenged the United States and is now seeing a resurgence in Southeast Asia. However, we can now see positive trends in countries where there has been significant vaccine distribution. Thanks to President Biden's whole-of-government response, including widespread vaccinations, the virus is now on the retreat in the United States. As Ambassador Lim noted in his opening remarks, to stop this pandemic, as well as to prevent the next one, no nation can act alone. Secretary of State Blinken has likewise said, "This pandemic won't end at home until it ends worldwide. We'll work with global partners on manufacturing and supplies to ensure there will be enough vaccine for everyone everywhere." The United States is proud to be the largest contributor to COVAX, the Multilateral Vaccine Distribution Facility that has already shipped more than 77 million vaccines to 127 participating countries. And as our domestic vaccine production continues to ramp up, the United States will be donating additional tens of millions of doses globally. President Biden has already committed to sharing 80 million doses, more than any other country to this point. Nearly 19 million of the first 25 million doses will be distributed through COVAX to more than 24 countries, including approximately 7 million doses for South and Southeast Asia. This is the largest ever purchase and donation of vaccines by a single country, and a commitment by the United States to help protect people from around the world from COVID-19. The vaccine doses that the United States is donating are in addition to the $4 billion US dollars that we've already committed to COVAX and the millions in equipment, tests, and therapeutics that we continue to provide to countries around the world. As President Biden has said, monumental commitment by the American people lays the foundation for a democratic nation's sustained efforts to rid the world of COVID-19. Our principles for sharing U.S. vaccines are maximizing the number of vaccines available and then distributing them equitably to the greatest number of countries and those at risk. Driven by accelerated manufacturing and production in the United States, Pfizer and Moderna have dramatically increased their capacity to produce vaccines for the entire world. In addition, the United States supports a waiver of intellectual property protections for COVID-19 vaccines under the WTO's TRIPS agreement, and we will also facilitate, where appropriate, voluntary tech transfer on mutually agreed terms. We are investing in local vaccine production and are working with partners, pharmaceutical companies, and other manufacturers to expand local vaccine production investments globally. To be clear, this is only the beginning. We will continue to donate supply surplus. We will work with the G7 and other public and private sector partners to coordinate multilateral efforts to combat and to end the pandemic. Another initiative, the Quad Vaccine Partnership between the United States, India, and Japan, which Australian colleagues mentioned, is committed to expanding local production for at least 1 billion safe and effective doses of COVID vaccines in 2021 and 2022. And in addition to work to deliver vaccines, we will advance our health and health security efforts to prevent, detect, and respond to COVID-19 and other biological threats, including variants of COVID-19, and we will respond rapidly to flare-ups and aid with economic recovery around the world. We will do so in a way that strengthens our global health institutions, such as the WHO, and our ability to come together as an international community to defeat not just this pandemic, but future ones. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity to discuss U.S. efforts to distribute vaccines in collaboration with our partners like the Republic of Korea and Australia and other international partners. Working together, we can save many lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Colombini, for sharing your collaborative efforts. Next, may I invite Dr. Patam Vong from Lao PDR. I think we have resolved the issue and should be able to share your screen. Deputy Director Patam Vong. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Patam Vong. Is Laos connected? Maybe we're not getting their audio. Is the microphone muted? Deputy Director Patamavong, are you online?
Hello, are you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can now hear you.
Okay, okay, thank you. The Ministry of Laos PDR, we are pleased to present the process of the situation of the COVID vaccination in Laos PDR. As this slide, so far approximately 2 million doses of the COVID-19 vaccine are available in Laos PDR as of today. Around 85% were donated by government or UN, and the rest through COVAX, around 230,000 doses of AstraZeneca and Pfizer came through COVAX, and almost all donate vaccine were Sinopharm. We are currently preparing for the arrival of the vaccine like AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson. The total more than 500,000 coming soon from the COVAX in July. After July, the supply of vaccine is unclear, and this will affect our ability to reach our target for the year. Therefore, we are actively looking for more sources. Next slide. This slide so for the collaboration with the COVAX, Laos PDR expect to receive from the COVAX as the first we request to the COVAX 20.5% the total of the target, the total of the doses 2.9 million of the total population from the COVAX facility by the end of the year 2021. As of the June 2021, now we have received the vaccine from COVAX more than 200 doses. According to the COVAX shipment plan, Laos will receive the remaining dose by Q3 and Q4. Laos aim to vaccinate as less 50% of the population by the end of 2021. As of the 28th June 2021, allow 1.4 million doses were administered, and allow 900,000 people have received at least one dose of the COVID vaccination, which is around 12% of population. Of those, about 2/3 have completed the 2-dose vaccination schedule. Even though the individual vaccination was started earlier this year, the coverage repeatedly boosted since April when the outbreak took place. Like we know, Laos we have the outbreaks, some provinces, and this slide, Laos have a plan to reach 50% of the total population by the end of 2021. The graph on the left-hand side show number of the vaccine received and consumption of as of the today. We have distributed this vaccine to all provinces. This is how the Laos have to, like in the past, Laos got the vaccine from the donate from the Russia Sputnik, and from China Sinopharm, and from the COVAX facility AstraZeneca and Pfizer. This is the total almost more than 1,500,000 doses we got. And the 1st of June, we also got the Sinopharm from China 500, but still ongoing, and some provinces still provide the first dose and second dose, including the Vientiane capital. This is last slide. We are talking about how to reaching 50% of COVID-19 vaccination coverage by the end of 2021. If we consume all the vaccine at hand to complete 2 doses for everyone, depend on interval of each vaccine, we will achieve 40% of the total population by now. The table below shows the projection of vaccine need each month, our national target. You can see the left hand. The shipment of the vaccine from August to December is unclear. Therefore, we are actively looking for bilateral and multilateral vaccine cooperation. We can see the left color from the August to December. We would like to thanks on of your international support. Because between the August to the December, this is from the estimate. Need the vaccine should provide every month. The right now, from the COVAX facility, they plan to continue to support us based from the 25% Q3 and Q4, but it's not unclear the total of the number confirmed. That's we still have the gap for the vaccine COVID. This is already the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have some comment, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patamavong, for your presentation. Last but not least, we have, I believe, Dr. Justin Wong online, Director at the Ministry of Health, Brunei Darussalam.
Hi. My apologies for missing just now. I have some connection difficulties, and so and the same with my camera screen as well. I just wanted to share very briefly about Brunei's experience with procurement and just very frankly, really, about some of the challenges we have had. So maybe if I can give you a little bit of a backstory in terms of how we have tried to negotiate for vaccines, using a multilateral approach initially, and then realizing that we were having real challenges with this. So initially, we had made a decision based on advice from WHO colleagues as well, that we would try and obtain most of our vaccines via the COVAX facility. We felt that this was a wonderful opportunity to exhibit multilateralism, and it was important for us as a small country because we didn't have a big buying power. And so we made a decision actually to procure at least 50% of our doses needed via the COVAX facility. As things progressed, though, we began to realize that lots of other countries were not doing the same. And we also began to realize that there were delays and difficulties with COVAX in the sense that they were not getting the required number of doses, that there were supply issues, and they were not able to provide strict timelines of vaccine deliveries. And so we had to, in addition then to COVAX, actually make very urgent discussions with vaccine manufacturers to try and get those vaccines very urgently. So because although Brunei we don't have any local cases at the moment, we understand the situation of the pandemic, and things can change at any time, as evident in a number of other countries as well. And so we felt that there was an urgency to vaccinate our population. But in view of the fact that we had tried out the multilateral approach and found that really there were so many other factors in play, we felt that was a missed opportunity for a lot of us. And in Brunei, we felt that we could have, if all countries had come together, we really could have strengthened COVAX quite dramatically. But because of certain issues, we then had to go it alone, and and negotiate for our vaccine supplies. And so we feel that we now have adequate vaccine supplies, and we're quite on track with some of our vaccine targets, and we receive kind of regular shipments as well. So those are the kind of the backstory to these particular issues. But I think now going forward, then we are beginning to have some discussions as to, well, how do we move on next? Okay, so we have perhaps some sort of a necessary amount of doses to be able to cover quite a wide coverage in our population, not including at least for adults, we felt that this is quite important and necessary. And so there are three questions, I think, maybe for consideration for future multilateralism and vaccine procurement and vaccine issues, right? The first is, how does the emergence of variants change the nature of the vaccine rollout? And what does this mean in terms of additional procurement then, if we wanted to say, procure additional boosters for vaccines to deal with variants? And we also know that some vaccines show markedly different outcomes for certain variants of concern as well, and with immune escape from certain vaccines, variants of concern, and different kinds of vaccines will have different data on the ability to perform against the variants. Secondly, and this is related to the issue of boosters, is how long does immunity last for? And all this leads up to the issue of potentially boosters, and I know some countries, not in ASEAN, but in other areas already, are preparing for additional booster shots in the autumn, in the fall this year. And I think a lot of countries within ASEAN, perhaps we may have missed out on the earlier shipments of vaccines, and so we don't have that same kind of exit strategy that we see in some of these other countries, particularly in EU, in the US, etc. And so from our point of view, do we think, or is there some sort of consensus and agreement on how to move forward in terms of trying to get collective action on the issue of boosters, and if there is a need for boosters, whether we can try and generate some sort of action with respect to that. And I know the situation in ASEAN is different, so many of us are still trying to give first doses to people, and here there are other countries already talking about boosters, but we don't want to be left behind, particularly with the rise of these variants of concern as well. And so those are just the key points I wanted to raise in my intervention today, and I look forward to productive discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Wong, for sharing the ASEAN experience. We're running late, but if anyone has a burning question, I think we could manage a question either from the panelists or from the other participants. Could you indicate whether you would like to pose a question at this point? If not, recognizing that the Delta variant is one of our most serious concerns, maybe I could pose a question to the panelists, perhaps Mr. Colombini or others who could take up this question. Do we need to tweak or come up with new strategies to deal with the new variants? Right now it is a Delta variant. And how does the US, for example, prioritize which countries receive vaccines in the face of the emergence of new variants? Mr. Colombini, would you be ready to address this question, or perhaps other panelists?
Sure. Well, I'm happy to address the second part. In terms of how to craft a response to new variants, I have to say I'm not an expert on public health, so I can't really comment on what would be an effective strategy for that. But in terms of how the U.S. is prioritizing or vaccine distribution, I can say that our principles for sharing vaccines from the United States include maximizing the number of vaccines available equitably for the greatest number of countries and for those most at risk within countries. That's the first part. Then preparing for surges and prioritizing healthcare workers and other vulnerable populations based on public health data and acknowledged best practice. There are several factors that we'll be looking for. in COVAX, we'll be donating 75% of our vaccines through COVAX. So COVAX has its own way of prioritizing, and the U.S. as a member of COVAX, of course, is in those discussions. And so we will apply the same principles in our advocacy within COVAX and in donations that we do on a bilateral or regional basis. And the four guiding factors that we would consider are case rates, death rates, and hospitalizations in a given location, current vaccination rates in a country or a part of a country, and whether there is a surge and an urgent need to vaccinate people in a particular area. And then the final aspect that really varies from location to location and country to country is the logistical aspect of how to get vaccines in to where they're needed. And I know that Australia, for example, has specialized knowledge and is really helping out with that aspect. So I think there are different roles that different countries can play, but those are the principles that the U.S. would use based on our experience and of scientists and doctors on how to prioritize where to distribute vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colombini. I realize we're running late, and I propose that if there are no further comments, we take a 5-minute break. I hope that is okay with everyone. I know everyone has different engagements after this event. Thank you so much for your participation and insightful presentations. I wish we had more time to delve into these issues, but I believe the networks that formed here today, we can utilize them in the future. So thank you so much, and see you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope you had the chance to enjoy a bit the short break. Now we're in the second session on the cooperation for economic recovery. The participants will exchange their views and ideas on specific and practical economic cooperation programs. The first presenter of the session 2 is Dr. Che Wong-gi, who is the professor and head of Center for ASEAN-India Study, Korea National Diplomatic Academy. Dr. Che is a professor in the Department of International Economy and Trade Studies and head of the Center for ASEAN-India Studies at the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Since I have only 5 minutes, I will make 3 points in a very brief way. First, I think in order to realize the potential that we have, in order to boost the economic recovery, I think the coordination of economic policies among the partner countries and ASEAN member countries is very important. In this respect, I think we have a very good news. In a recent ROK-US summit last month, they produced a pretty robust agreement regarding the coordination of ROK's NSP, New Southern Policy, and US Indo-Pacific Initiative. Especially, we have a very strong agreement regarding dramatic increase of vaccine production, as ROK is the second largest producer of vaccine materials. And also, we have an agreement regarding ROK-US collaboration in the area of climate change and green economy, advanced technologies such as 5G, 6G, and open RAN technology, and enhancing the resilience of global supply chains of semiconductor and EV batteries and etc. I think this renewed commitment between ROK and US regarding the collaboration with the Southeast Asia and ASEAN member countries is very good news. So I think ROK, Australia, and US and ASEAN member countries should find better ways to coordinate their initiatives, regional initiatives. Secondly, I think we need to explore areas of convergence between our respective regional initiatives and find practical ways to cooperate. For example, ROK's New Southern Policy Plus has been developed to deal with the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, as well as reflecting the new needs of ASEAN member countries in the post-pandemic economic recovery. So NSP Plus has 7 priorities, as you already all aware of: healthcare, education, cultural exchanges, trade and investment, smart cities and infrastructure, and promoting the future industries such as ICT, digital transformation, SMEs and startups, and etc. And the ASEAN's economic recovery framework, ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, has 5 broad strategies and priorities, which is also kind of overlapping with NSP, the 7 priorities of NSP Plus, like healthcare, human security, the ASEAN market integration, inclusive digital transformation, and sustainable and resilient future. So we now we have clearly the converging and overlapping areas of priorities. I think we need to explore the convergence of the respective regional initiatives and enhance the potentials and synergies. Finally, the specific areas of cooperation and coordination. ROK is opening a financial cooperation center in Jakarta as part of ROK's commitment to ASEAN from the ASEAN-ROK Special Summit in 2019. I think this financial cooperation center will play a critical role of providing various financial services to both Korean private businesses as well as the local ASEAN businesses, which will be helping in the area, helping the private businesses in the area of smart cities, SMEs, and startups and infrastructure development in connection to the initiative of ASEAN connectivity. I think we have some other areas of potential other areas of cooperation, like as I said before, digital transformation, green economy, and the supply chain reshuffle. So I think these areas we need to explore areas of potential of cooperation and further enhance our collaboration. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Che, for sharing your thoughts and suggestions for cooperation. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ray Marcello. Mr. Ray Marcello is Acting First Assistant Secretary, Southeast Asia Regional Engagement Branch, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Australia. The floor is yours, Mr. Marcello.
Thank you, Deputy Director General, and thank you, Dr. Che, for your comments. The bad news, of course, with the pandemic is the loss of more than 3 million lives and the shock to our societies, our economies, to business, and to overall development trajectories around the world. In the past 12 months, we've seen Southeast Asian economies face the biggest economic recession since the Asian financial crisis. And of course, we've seen political shocks as well. The situation in Myanmar is of great concern to Australia, and I want to register Australia's concern about that situation. Because this is an ASEAN forum, I also want to make sure we register our support for ASEAN and its 5-point consensus. We want to see that implemented as quickly as possible. Going back to the economic recovery, even though we are in the situation we are now, there are some positive signs. In the past few months, and we've seen forecasts from the IMF and the World Bank, there is a forecast of a return to growth in most Southeast Asian economies. The big bright spot for some Southeast Asian economies has been the revival of external demand for manufactured exports, especially medical supplies and goods like smartphones, computers, component parts and semiconductors. Of course, with the arrival of vaccines into the region and with loose monetary policy, these are also contributing to the green shoots of growth that we're seeing across the region. In Southeast Asia, its commodities, export commodities like copper, palm oil, have also seen strong rises in values. And so in the past year, exports of electrical machinery and goods from Southeast Asia have grown in value from 380 million to 406 billion. Sorry, 380 billion to 406 billion in 2020, despite an overall drop in exports from the region in the same period. But even if Southeast Asian governments can deal with new COVID variants and keep their economies open, the region's still likely to take a multi-speed path towards economic recovery. Countries that are reliant on tourism will continue to suffer more, and certain vulnerable groups such as women and those working in the informal sector of their economies, both informal sector and service jobs, will continue to be disproportionately affected by the pandemic. In Australia, as we've discussed today, with the limited spread of COVID, our economic recovery is continuing. We're seeing resilient household consumption and rebounding business and consumer confidence, and strong demand, of course, for Australian minerals and agricultural exports. ASEAN-Australia merchandise trade is also recovering well, but services and investment flows continue to face uncertainties owing to the supply of vaccines and our domestic border arrangements. Our long-term health, security and economic recovery are, of course, interdependent with the region. As other speakers have said today, no one recovers until we all recover, which is why Australia's support for Southeast Asia's economic recovery ranges from the digital economy to elements of human security, in line with the strategies outlined in ASEAN's own comprehensive recovery framework. Last year at the ASEAN-Australia Summit, Prime Minister Morrison announced a landmark package of approximately $500 million in new economic development and security measures to support ASEAN's recovery from COVID-19. These are priorities that align with ASEAN's own outlook on the Indo-Pacific, and our Ambassador Will Nankervis mentioned some of these features this morning. Australia's also transformed our development program to the region to pivot in response to the health, security, stability and economic recovery needs of the region. So our policy, called Partnerships for Recovery, is centred around those three pillars, and we're also paying urgent attention to the most vulnerable in the region, including women and girls and those with a disability. which is why the Australian Foreign Minister, Maurice Payne, also recently announced a $44 million initiative called the Indo-Pacific Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights COVID response to support the urgent unmet needs for sexual and reproductive health services and information across the region, which have been disrupted because of the pandemic. Going forward, these are just several areas that we can work together on to speed up our respective economic recoveries. I just want to touch on a couple of these drivers of growth before I finish today. First is really on trade. We are keen for the early entry into force of the historic ASEAN-led Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which will give intra-ASEAN trade a boost. We hope RCEP will enter into force on 1 January 2022, and this would be timely as the region's economies seek to recover from the pandemic. As a modern regional FTA, free trade agreement, we expect RCEP to deliver significant benefits at a crucial point in ASEAN's economic development. We think it'll help stimulate growth and investment across the region, enhance economic cooperation in the Indo-Pacific through strengthened trade rules and strengthened regional cooperation and coordination. Elsewhere, work is continuing between the parties on a second upgrade to the Australia-ASEAN-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement to ensure it remains fit for purpose and presents an opportunity to maximise the agreement's contribution to the region's economic recovery. Australia also has a $46 million Regional Trade for Development initiative to support ASEAN's capacity to implement trade commitments. Another area of cooperation is on digital trade. The pandemic has underscored, as we're doing today, the importance of digital trade to our recovery, and it's shown that digital technologies are providing a silver lining to our economic recovery. It's offering immense opportunities for people, for economies and societies to continue to transform the way that businesses operate and interact with their customers. Digital technologies have the potential to level the playing field and promote more inclusive growth by unlocking opportunities, new technologies and markets to medium and small enterprises and women-run businesses in particular, who may not otherwise have had access to global value chains in the past. Digital technologies also have the scope to enable countries with different levels of digital development to accelerate their overall trade. It's important that we harness technological change and take advantage of its opportunities in our economic recovery. Australia has a digital trade standards initiative with ASEAN, which we hope will boost regional digital trade capacity over the years ahead. We'll continue to work with the countries of Southeast Asia to boost the digital economy and address challenges to digital trade across borders to ensure our region can leverage digital innovation as a driver of economic growth. I'll just finish on infrastructure. Infrastructure for Australia and obviously for all countries in the region is an important part of our economic recovery. Australia is keen to share our expertise in infrastructure development with Southeast Asian governments who want to use stimulus to drive their economic growth and create jobs in the wake of the pandemic. Our view is that well-targeted, carefully considered infrastructure planning and development is now even more important, and Australia has expertise to share through a new program called Partnerships for Infrastructure. The program will support the development of quality infrastructure in sectors such as transport, energy and communications. I'll just conclude by noting that the pandemic is not over until it's over everywhere. The cooperation we're seeing today is a good and positive sign of the cooperation that's needed to ensure that we can all continue to work together once we get our measures and all our economic programs in place as the pandemic peters out in the years ahead. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Deputy Director General.
Thank you, Mr. Marcello, for sharing your insightful thoughts and views on economic drivers and for encouraging collaboration and cooperation between ASEAN and Australia for economic recovery. And I would like to welcome Ms. Arjari Sriranathanaban, Director General, Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Thailand. The floor is yours.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to express my appreciation to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Commonwealth of Australia for organizing this forum. It provides us with another useful avenue to exchange views and experiences as our region and respective countries continue to battle the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and try to find pathways for recovery to build us back better. Since early 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has ravaged the international community, affecting us all in virtually all aspects. For Thailand, last year was critical, the worst since the 1997 Asian financial crisis. And for ASEAN as a region, we saw a minus 3.3% growth. This year, therefore, we hope for turnaround and a positive growth. But to lay the path for our region's post-COVID economic recovery, cooperation and partnership with external partners is imperative. So we welcome the ROK's and Australia's proactive roles in strengthening partnership for health to support Southeast Asia in our response to the pandemic and our efforts at post-COVID recovery, including your contribution to the COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund and support for the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework. Moving forward, I'd like to make 3 points. First, vaccination is key. Achieving herd immunity and putting the pandemic under control will enable us to reconnect and revive our major economic sectors. In our interdependent world, no one is safe until everyone is safe when it comes to COVID-19. So we must aim for a vaccine for all. Indeed, Thailand strongly believes that the COVID-19 vaccine must be global public goods. We need collective action on vaccination campaign and should prevent vaccine nationalism and politicization. For the ASEAN region, the demand for vaccines is high, and we also need to continue to cope with new variants of the virus. In this context, Australia and the ROK may consider partnering with countries in the region to ensure more regional access to vaccines and maximize the use of manufacturing facilities and capabilities, as well as support R&D in the region to meet such demand for vaccines. Cooperation can also include technical assistance on vaccine distribution and capacity building, particularly for the Mekong sub-region through trilateral projects, as well as promoting information exchanges on healthcare bilaterally and regionally, such as through the first ROK Thailand Foreign and Health Ministers 2+2 Dialogue on Health Security and the ROK ASEAN Health Ministers meeting, both tentatively to be held this year. In the meantime, we all should work together on mutual recognition of vaccine certificates and explore possible subsequent relaxation of health measures in order to facilitate movement of people that will come in the future. All this will help build capacity and preparedness for future emerging diseases as well. Second, regional economic integration and supply chain resilience should be enhanced. We should continue to advocate for a rule-based multilateral trading system and work together to increase trade and investment flows. Existing free trade agreements should be more fully utilized while we look forward to the entry into force of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or the RCEP. As APEC chair in 2022, Thailand is eager also to kickstart a fresh conversation on the road to free trade area of the Asia-Pacific, or FTAP. In order to promote supply chain resilience, we should reconnect the connectivities, including improving physical infrastructure, facilitating cross-border trade investment, addressing software infrastructure missing links, and promoting smart logistics and digital economy. In this connection, we wish to invite external partners, including the ROK and Australia, to consider expanding cooperation On ACMEC's prioritized projects as well as projects under the Master Plan on ASEAN Connectivity or MPAC 2025. It is also important to empower digital ASEAN and work to connect and develop an ecosystem that will allow the regional digital economy to prosper. We still have much to learn from our partners on digital economy development, particularly for MSMEs, startups, and local entrepreneurs. And we will also welcome increased investment for IR in the region, including digital industries and technology supply chains. Third, sustainability is crucial to lasting prosperity. So in pursuing growth, social and environmental considerations as well as balance between humans and nature must be taken into account. Thailand believes that the bio-circular green or BCG economy model can provide solutions, and we have adopted this as our post-pandemic national recovery agenda, aiming to utilize science, technology, and innovation to improve industrial capacity and productivity and to turn waste into value, hence reducing resource loss through the supply chains and minimizing environmental impacts. The model encourages collaboration from all sectors, driven by a quadrilateral partnership consisting of government, private sector, academia, and the people. The BCG economy model is in line with the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, and Thailand has been entrusted by ASEAN to examine it as alternative strategy for ASEAN's post-COVID recovery. To build further on this, we are also planning to organize an ASEAN BCG knowledge sharing series later on. We would welcome interest and participation of partners like ROK and Australia to work with ACMEC, the Mekong, and ASEAN in the areas mentioned earlier, in the forms of investments, technical assistance, and of financial support, as well as technology and innovation exchanges. So ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 outbreak is a wake-up call for us to redefine ourselves, push past over weaknesses, look beyond challenges, and reimagine new possibilities. So for Thailand, we aim to work together with the region to build us back better, not only better, but also safer, smarter, and greener. And partners like the ROK and Australia who support us in the region with a view to achieving this objective. Thank you for your high attention.
Thank you, Director General, for sharing your thoughts as well. So let me invite now Mr. Pham Thai Phuong, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Vietnam. Please.
So, good morning from Hanoi. I hope that you hear me clearly. So my apology is that I don't have a slide today, so I try to make my presentation concise and as much clear as possible. So Excellencies and colleagues, so first of all, it is my pleasure for me to participating in this very meaningful and timely forum on building vaccine cooperation and economic growth for post-COVID-19. As we convene today at this forum, the world is witnessing a critical transformation in all aspects as a result of the fourth revolution, geo-economic shift, and the emergence of new, complex, and interrelated traditional and non-traditional security challenges. Above all, the COVID-19 pandemic is causing a prolonged global health crisis, which is reshaping the way we live, work, and interact with others. We also see numerous hurdles standing in the way of international cooperation, including protectionism. In such a rapidly changing and complex world, we believe that promoting partnership and cooperation is more important than ever. The global economy is rebounding quickly from the pandemic impacts, with the GDP growth in 2021 forecasted at around 5.6%. The sharp rebound will boost global GDP back to its pre-crisis level in late 2021. According to World Bank, this is strongest post-recession level. This is the strongest post-recession pace in 80 years. Excuse me. However, the pace of recovery will vary greatly across regions, in which Asia and North America will recover the fastest, with the GDP back to the pre-crisis level as early as this year. Meanwhile, the recovery will take longer in Europe, Latin America, and the Middle East and Africa region, stretching into 2022. As the epicenter of economic recovery is now placing on Asia, we might have a more favorable condition than others to strengthen our cooperation for sustainable and inclusive economic growth. But in the face of mounting challenge of the time, in order for Asia to continue to succeed, we need to demonstrate a stronger resolve, take bold action, and choose an appropriate path to move forward. To this target, I wish to highlight three priorities for cooperation in the program. Firstly, ensuring equitable and affordable access to safe and quality vaccines is a top priority of all countries. A slow rolling out will have a serious implications. First, it will wait on the global recovery, while rich countries will be able to live social distance measure. Others will still be battling with the pandemic. Second, the widespread circulation of the virus in some countries also increase the risk of more aggressive variants of the coronavirus. If this prove resistant to vaccines, they could whip out the progress in containing the outbreak and further delay the economic recovery. Yeah, the reason that we need to speed up our vaccine cooperation, sharing existing dose, promoting cooperation on vaccine production and technology transfer. Secondly, enhancing Asia economic connectivity with ASEAN centralities, ensuring open, inclusive, and stable supply chains will bring benefits to all and need to be implemented in seen across all sectors, from trade, investment, finance, industry, infrastructures to regional connectivity and digital economy. Such endeavors has become highly relevant, particularly at the time when our economy is striving to rebound from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Last but not least, inclusive growth, green recovery, and digital transformation should be incorporated to the recovery plan of every country. This will not only provide new impetus for economic growth, but also lay out the foundation and the platform for sustainable development in the longer term. Our top priority should be support countries in the region in achieving the SDG and to step up cooperation in such areas as climate change response, environmental protection, water resource management, circular economy, and high-quality human resources development. Excellencies and colleagues, with your insightful contribution today, I am confident that the forum will be a very great success, and the outcome of the discussion today will provide valuable inputs to shape the direction of the economic cooperation in the region. So with that, I stop here and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Pham Thai Phuong. Last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Tuan Tin, Assistant Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health and Sports from Myanmar. Dr. Tin.
Yes, thank you very much. And distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I have no presentation, but I will discuss as simply as possible. So very good morning and good afternoon, Mingalaba. This is my great honor and thank you very much to join the topic. This is post-COVID-19 recovery in Myanmar. So our ministry, the Ministry of Health and Sports made greatest effort to prevent and control and contain the COVID-19 situations since early in the 2020 January, with the possible activities with the great support from the government and under the guidance of the National Level Committee for the prevention and control and treatment of the COVID-19, which are found in the March 30, 2020. So we had a very hard and bitter experience in our country during the course of COVID-19 in the whole year of 2020 as both first and second wave. So in the Myanmar, under the guidance of the Central Committee, we respond as together as a whole of the government and whole of the society approach and systematic synchronized coordination mechanism to fight against COVID-19 pandemic in the 2020. So nowadays, as of 30 June, yesterday, so there are more than 154,000 cases and more than 3,000 deaths in our country, and about more than 135,000 cases are recovered. So in current situation in the 2021, we have been facing with another wave, that is a third wave in our country. We are also facing with the variant strain, and as you know, the current situations of our country, we are very difficult and very hard to control and contain it with all the health aspect activities, including the very important agenda that is the vaccinations of the COVID-19 vaccines in our country. So Ministry of Health and Sport is carrying it by the various pillars: the coordination, planning, monitoring, risk communication, surveillance and contact tracing, the case investigation, treatment, capacity building of the testing, and operational support and logistics, and the maintaining the essential services. This is our existing procedure. But nowadays, the COVID-19 vaccination is a very top priority agenda in the controlling of the COVID-19 in our country. But we are facing a little bit difficulties in the receiving of the vaccine from the previously confined sources. So this is a very important challenge to the controlling and containing of the COVID-19 situation in our country. It's a very much important agenda, I think, in the region for the controlling of the safe zone of the COVID-19 in the region. So, as you know, on the one hand, the preparing, the preventing, the responding, and the fighting the COVID-19 for reducing its great impact on the health and the other area. But on the other hand, it gets worse in the economic, peace, and development of all area. So all the ministries in our country has made the national response and recovery plan for each and every ministry. And we get some pandemic emergency financing facility, PF grant, and additional financing of the Myanmar COVID-19 emergency response project, and additional financing for the Greater Mekong sub-region health security projects. And we are very close collaboration with the organizations in the region, WHO, ASEAN, ASEAN Plus 3, ASEAN, Korea, China, Australia, EU, US, and Russia, etc. So we are working very close with all the organizations. So one thing in our country we are doing is a national level Central Committee for the Prevention and Control and Treatment of the COVID-19, and it's developed the country's recovery plan. That is the Economic COVID-19 Containment Emergency Response Committee conduct the recovery plan. So in this economic relief plan that is launched on the 27th of April 2020, we have 7 goals, 10 strategy, 36 action plans, and 76 actions. So with the estimated timeline and designated authority and covering the range of the fiscal and the social measures. So mainly in the improving macroeconomic environment, easing the impact on the private sector, and easing the impact on the labor workers, easing the impact on the household, promoting the innovative products that platform, healthcare system strengthening, increased access to the COVID-19 response financing. So This is a major intervention by the Myanmar government. This is a question to the financial, social, and economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So several measures has been done, but it need to transform to the rapid actions in the current phase of our country's situations. So this said, Myanmar is trying to solve her own recovery with her own effort, trying to stand up from the economic collapse. But it is very much important, and the regional cooperation is very much important, and we have all the countries and in the member states that are in line with the regional recovery plan or the regional recovery strategy or something like that. There may be incorporated effort from the Republic of Korea and Australia and other interesting partners and other organizations. So we are expanding and revitalizing and refreshing our cross-border trading, bilateral, trilateral cooperations and cooperation in all the possible resources and sources and methods and mechanisms. This is the very important issue in cooperation with the regional activities in the development and the free of the COVID-19 impact on the economic collapse in the regions. So this is very important mechanism. But on the other hand, COVID-19 is a pandemic because of its nature, difficult to control in a short time, and its destructive and the devastated impacts on all of the area, that is people, community, country, economy, and all the sectors have been suffered from the great impact and loss. Therefore, there may be the state huge gap and the difficulty to afford for every country, so including our country, to save our economic problems and our health security problems and other regional security problems and everything. So it is still needs show the gaps and needs the great help and the support from the other countries and the donors and partners. So finally, I hope if we fighting together to the COVID in the region with the whole of the government, whole of the society, and whole of the regional approach, will definitely prevent and reduce the worst impact and the rapid recovery, worst impact and the rapid recovery for the people, economy, for the country, and then for the region. So there also it should be in line and in the link with the regional and global recovery plans and strategy. Myanmar is ready to, and Myanmar will take part in all sorts of activities in the fighting COVID in the region and the re-establishment of the economic recovery in the region. So hope we are safe and we are safe from the COVID and we resume our economic strategies in our region with a very interesting supports from the Republic of Korea, Australia, and also the ASEAN member states. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Tun Tin, for sharing your views and hopes for Myanmar. Now, we are moving to the session 2 panel discussion on economic recovery strategy for Southeast Asia. I will hand it over to the next moderator for the panel discussion. So I'd like to call back Mr. Ray Marcello, First Assistant Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Australia, to lead this panel discussion session. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Ahn. Appreciate your chairing of the previous session, including on the discussion on economic recovery. This is the last session for today's forum, and we have 4 panelists from Cambodia, Korea, Laos PDR, and from Malaysia. We're going to discuss economic recovery strategies for Southeast Asia. As we all know, the pandemic is both a health crisis and an economic crisis. So I'd like this, it'd be very interesting to hear how our panelists see the strategy, or the economic strategy for countries as they navigate their way out of the pandemic. Let me call on our first panelist for this afternoon, His Excellency Dr. Junbaran Junbare from Cambodia. He is the Director General of the Information Research and Analysis Group from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation in the Government of Cambodia. He's also a strategic advisor to the Asian Vision Institute in Cambodia. Dr. Jumbray, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and good morning from Cambodia. Dear Mr. Chair, distinguished panelists, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to take part in this vaccine forum. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the ROK and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Australia for organizing this timely forum. For the sake of time, let me be brief and straight to the point. Well, as we are meeting, the COVID-19 pandemic is still raging on in all corners of the globe with new waves and more deadly variants. Indeed, we are witnessing unprecedented challenges that mankind has experienced for generations. The pandemic has triggered severe global crisis in multiple aspects, ranging from public health, trade, tourism, the disruption of global supply chains, not to mention the deterioration of many forms of socio-economic inequalities. The crisis indeed reminds us that we are very interconnected and that no country is safe unless every country is safe. Unfortunately, COVID-19 arrives at an especially a troubling moment in world history. The international order has been fraying as many of the norms, institutions, and practices that have sustained the world peace and prosperity over the last 7 decades have been under enormous stress. Multilateralism is under attack due to the rise of unilateralism, populism, and protectionism. And as our colleague from Thailand has mentioned, the pandemic is therefore a wake-up call that multilateralism still matters in dealing with global challenges in general, and vaccine multilateralism and joint forces are key to fighting COVID-19 in particular. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as for the economic recovery for Southeast Asia, please allow me to share a few thoughts as follows. First, we need to revitalize the principles of globalization, multilateralism, and the liberalization of trade and investment. Instead of retreating from those principles, it is imperative for us to double down our efforts to promote a rules-based trading system and enhance unimpeded regional and global supply chains in order to ensure an inclusive and sustainable post-pandemic recovery. In this respect, I believe ASEAN should take a lead in working closely with its partners, including with the ROK and Australia, to enhance cooperation based on the spirit of openness and inclusiveness. And I'm also convinced that the regional comprehensive economic partnership in which ASEAN member states, the Republic of Korea and Australia are parties of, as well as other free trade agreements, will play a crucial role in promoting the inclusive and open regionalism in our part of the world and supporting our regional recovery. Second, we need to strengthen regional mechanisms to coordinate national policies for regional recovery. To this end, Cambodia supports and urges ASEAN partners to support the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework in order to enhance health systems, strengthen human security, maximize the potential of intra-ASEAN market and the broader economic integration, and accelerate connectivity and inclusive digital transformation in the region. We also need to ensure regional macroeconomic and financial stability, and at the same time continue to promote the diversification of financial sector, innovation, and the dynamic role of the private sector, including SMEs. Third, I believe people should and must be at the heart of our recovery plan. Therefore, we need to put more resources on social protection, which is not a cost on our prosperity, but instead an investment in our people, in our future, and in order to create a more robust regional economic landscape. We also need to prepare our people to the new normal through reskilling, upskilling, as well as the utilization of technological innovation. Last but not least, COVID-19 has not been the first and will not be the last global pandemic. Therefore, we must jointly build a resilient future through the creation of a pandemic early warning system. This can be done through A, strengthening national preparedness and responsiveness, B, promoting regional collaboration mechanisms. For instance, ASEAN COVID-19 Response Fund, the ASEAN Regional Reserve of Medical Supplies for Public Health Emergencies, so on and so forth. And C, strengthening the global health governance with the WHO at its core. Cambodia is committed to advancing these principles and agenda as the host of the upcoming ASEAN 13 Summit this year and the chair of ASEAN next year. As far as the ASEAN 13 Summit is concerned, there will be a standalone procurement statement on post-COVID-19 socio-economic recovery, in addition to the ASEAN 13 chairman statement, in order to show Cambodia's commitment and ASEAN commitment to advance a inclusive, green, resilient post-pandemic recovery. On that positive note, I wish the forum a great success, and thank you, and I look forward to a fruitful discussion, and please be safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Junbure. That was a very insightful presentation. Your points about the stresses and strains on the multilateral system are very well made, and you've certainly positioned yourself well as Cambodia takes the ASEAN chair for next year for the very practical suggestions you've made this afternoon about the kind of regional cooperation we need to recover from the pandemic. Thank you very much again for that presentation. I'll now go to our next speaker, Dr. Lee Jae-yeon from the ASEAN Institute for Policy Studies. Dr. Lee, I know, is a noted commentator and analyst on regional affairs. I'll hand over to you, Dr. Lee, and for your presentation on regional economic strategy.
Thank you so much. I'm Jae-yeon Lee from the ASEAN Institute. I'm a senior fellow. While I was waiting, I counted how many speakers we had this today, and I found that myself is a 24th speaker today, and I'll be very brief because everyone will be quite tired of listening to. I mean, these are very good presentations, but you know, it goes on, and everyone could be tired, so I'll be very quick. If I'm not wrong, I was asked to talk about the how Australia, Korea, and Southeast Asian countries can do together to recover our economy in the post-COVID-19 period. And every speaker mentioned every single issue and area of cooperation for economic recovery before me, so it leaves nothing for me. So I'll just focus on the digital connectivity and digital integration cooperation among these trilateral countries, Korea, Australia, and Southeast Asia. As you know, there was a dialogue between the Director Generals from the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, both Korea and Australia. there was an agreement, or I would say consensus, that these two countries would promote cooperation on digital integration and connectivity in Southeast Asia. And as Professor Choi mentioned before, there was a summit between Korea and US. Their leaders also mentioned the digital integration and cooperation. And another example is that the US and South Korea, between New Southern policy and the US Indo-Pacific strategy, there is a consensus, and one of the consensus is that we have to promote digital cooperation in this part of the world. And if you look at the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework published by ASEAN Secretariat, I believe last year, and you can find that Strategy 4 mentions the inclusive digital transformation of Southeast Asian countries as an important way for economic recovery in the post-COVID-19 situation. So putting them together, we have this kind of convergence. Digital cooperation is very important, digital connectivity and integration. During that COVID-19 situation, there was an explosion of contactless economy. And I believe in the post-COVID-19 situation, this contactless economy wouldn't go away. It will only to grow further. And it has got the potential to lead Southeast Asian economy out of this economic crisis caused by COVID-19. And I believe this is not just about the economic or commercial cooperation between among Korea, Australia, and Southeast Asian countries. It has got other far and wide implications as well. First, this digital cooperation, integration, and connectivity would help make a great contribution for the ASEAN connectivity effort by Southeast Asian countries through digital connectivity. And second, this cooperation on digital integration and connectivity is not just about technology. If you enhance digital cooperation, it necessarily have implication for legal framework that governs digital cooperation, ICT area, and also it has got implication for institutional capacity building, which are already mentioned by ASEAN Comprehensive Economic Recovery Framework. And if you develop digital cooperation, digital connectivity and integration, it necessarily have some implication for cyber security and data safety in Southeast Asian countries, which will be very crucial for national security in the coming years. And so the digital integration and connectivity is not just for economic recovery. It's got wider implication of national security and governance issues. So it will be great if Australia, Korea, and Southeast Asian countries put their hands together to enhance digital connectivity and integration in Southeast Asia and wider region, this part of the world. I will just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Lee. Again, you've hit the mark on the implications on digital connectivity, the rise of contactless trade, and the implications on legal frameworks and cybersecurity. I can't but help noting Australia's own initiative on cybersecurity and cyber cooperation in Southeast Asia being rolled out by our Ambassador for Cyber Affairs. We do have an active program on cybersecurity and strengthening cyber norms across the region and globally. But thank you again, Dr. Lee, insightful as always. I'll just go to our next speaker, Mr. Sonsai Vanasai from the Laos PDR, who's the Deputy Director General of the Institute of Foreign Affairs from the Laos PDR. Mr. Sonsai Vanasai, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Commonwealth of Australia for inviting me to today's forum. It is my pleasure to have the opportunity to listen and exchange perspective among all participants on the topics that are critically important in the current situations. As we have witnessed, the COVID-19 pandemic has spread across the world. It has caused devastating socio-economic disruption and putting pressure on the public health care system around the world. Economically, COVID-19 has resulted in economic downturns in both individual countries and the entire world. It was estimated by the IMF that the global economy contracted by 3.5% in 2020. Public health is facing the crisis due to the load of COVID-19 patients and increase of the chronic patients, leading to the serious increase in the demand for chronic care and resulting in increasing number of COVID-19 related to deaths. Globally, more than 3 million people have lost their life as the result of the pandemic. For Laos PDR, the impact occurred before the country confirmed its first case in late March 2020, largely due to the lockdown measure imposed by neighboring countries. After that, the nationwide lockdown was enforced, which dramatically impacted the country socially and economically. According to the COVID-19 impact assessment by the UNDP, incorporated with the Ministry of Planning and Investment, Laos has so far avoided the major outbreak, which means it has been able to manage the impact on the public health, while its socio-economic was largely imaged due to the rise of the unemployment, both non-migrant and migrant workers. A sharp decrease of income from tourist sector, a weak economy caused by service supply chains impacting small and medium enterprise. In this regard, regional cooperation is needed to accelerate the economic recovery and promote sustainable growth in the regional economy. During the East Asia Summit 2020, leaders agreed to work together to accelerate the economic recovery and strengthen regional economic resilience, focusing on sectors that were heavily impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, such as SME, tourism, and service industries. Moreover, the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework was adopted, focusing on 5 strategies, including enhancing health systems, strengthening human security, maximizing the potential of the intra-ASEAN market, and broader economic integration. Accelerating inclusive digital transformation and advancing toward a more sustainable and resilient future. All 5 strategies are the most impactful to tackle the regions through recovery process and its aftermath. At the national level, Laos has been supported by both regional and international partners to build the resilient and economic recovery for Laos. For instance, Laos received support from the Australian government through a vaccine response plan and COVID-19 development response plan as CDRP. The Australian government has provided 4.8 million Australian dollars in addition to 1 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine to Laos. Besides, the government of the Republic of Korea has provided an aid package worth $600,000, including $300,000 cash and medical equipment worth $3,000. In addition, Laos has received large consignments of assistance in the form of COVID-19 vaccine, COVID-19 testing kits, and protective equipment from the other friendly countries and partners, including China, Vietnam, Russia, the United States, and several other partners. In this regard, on behalf of the government and the people of Laos, I would like to sincerely thank the government of Australia and the Republic of Korea, as well as the government of the other friendly countries for their generous support provided to Laos in this difficult circumstance. This support has played a key role in helping Laos to combat, control, and mitigating the spread of COVID-19. I would like to stress that COVID-19 is the common threat for all nations. Therefore, in fighting against COVID-19 and promoting sustainable economic recovery, there is obviously a need for close cooperation, especially for ASEAN member states and its partners, to address the economic impact diverse from outbreak COVID-19 and support each other in terms of exchanging knowledge and best practice. In addition, ASEAN needs a strong political will to ensure effectiveness in implementing the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework. That means it needs to strengthen regional cooperation, to deepen regional trade, and to reconnect supply chains that has been disrupted, and to increase regional health securities. In the meantime, improving domestic resources mobilizations indispensable as a foundation for lasting the recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanasai. I really do appreciate that survey of the situation on the ground in Laos, as well as offer my thanks for acknowledging the cooperation between Lao PDR, Australia, and other international partners. So thank you very much for that contribution this afternoon. We'll just now go to our last speaker in this panel, Mr. Calvin Chung, who is an analyst at the Institute of Strategic and International Studies from Malaysia, our only speaker from Malaysia, as far as I can see, at today's forum. Mr. Chung, over to you.
Thank you. So, hello, this is Calvin from the Institute of Strategic and International Studies, ISIS Malaysia. And first of all, let me say it's my great pleasure to be here today, of course. And I'd like to take the few minutes I have to discuss the sort of Malaysian perspective and the absolutely devastating developmental impacts the COVID crisis has had on Malaysia's economic development. And maybe talk a little bit about other countries in the ASEAN region, and then talk a little bit then about policy priorities. So first, on the sort of impacts on Malaysia's economic development from the COVID crisis, I guess on a macro level, the COVID crisis has set back Malaysia's economic growth by years, right? I expect that the Malaysian economy will not recover to pre-crisis levels of GDP until next year, in view of the current economic lockdown still in place in most sectors of the economy, and the still elevated COVID-19 case numbers, which on a per capita basis are the highest in the APAC region. And this shock to economic growth will set back Malaysia's anticipated surpassing of the World Bank's high-income nation threshold by, I think, about 3 or 4 years, based on what estimates you believe. And even when Malaysia's GDP manages to recover to pre-crisis levels sometime in early 2022, the developmental scars from the pandemic will go far beyond that, go far deeper than that. So for one, the labor market impacts from has been truly severe. Malaysia's unemployment rate as of now is still close to the highest level it has been in decades since the 1980s. And about 250,000 more people, Malaysians, remain unemployed now compared to before the crisis. And about another 250,000 Malaysian workers have left the labor force entirely. And for context, Malaysia's labor force size is only about 15 million. And worse, these labor market impacts have been vastly unequal, as Mr. Marcel alluded to earlier. My research over the past year showed that across the board, women, younger workers, and less educated, lower wage workers were by far devastated by the COVID crisis, while older, white collar, higher wage, mostly male workers were almost completely unaffected. And my estimates in Malaysia show that at the peak of the crisis last year in May up to September, younger women were more than 5 times as likely than the average worker to have lost their jobs. And younger workers who did manage to keep their jobs still face higher rates of underemployment, about more than twice as high as older workers. And similarly, younger workers, but particularly younger women, exited the labor force at far higher rates than the average workers. This reverses hard-fought gains in female labor force participation in Malaysia over the past 2-3 years. And if not addressed by a more forceful fiscal policy domestically and cooperation regionally, these labor market impacts will undoubtedly have long-term developmental consequences for Malaysia. And so let me outline some of these long-term consequences. So first, these impacts will have lasting effects on the issue of youth unemployment and youth skills development, which is already a large pre-existing issue in Malaysia and in many other countries in ASEAN as well, Indonesia and so forth. And youth unemployment rates in the region were already very high before the crisis, and the toll the crisis took on younger workers will, of course, exacerbate this problem. And this is compounded in Malaysia by the difficulties of remote learning and online schooling, as well as the myriad psychosocial issues the pandemic has created. And secondly, these impacts will threaten to roll back progress on gender equality in Malaysia and in the region. So these gender impacts of job losses and labor market exits for younger women workers is due largely, by my research, due to pre-existing socioeconomic inequalities like the burden of unpaid care work on women and gender roles in society. And these gender impacts from COVID are a trend that's observed worldwide and within the region as well. And thirdly, because the labor market impacts heavily affected lower wage workers who are often already themselves at risk of falling to poverty in the first place due to having lower wages, the COVID crisis in Malaysia has had significant impacts on poverty and on inequality in a way that previous crises, mostly financial crises in the past 2 crises, in a way that previous crises never were. Again, reversing some of the developmental progress we have made over the past decade on reducing poverty, on reducing inequality in our society. And I'm speaking, of course, from a Malaysian perspective, but I think that many countries across the region will also have to grapple with these very long-term economic consequences over the next few years. So in terms of policy priorities, just really quickly, for me, domestically, policy priorities are, of course, to protect households and workers, first and foremost, both in the immediate term and in the longer term, through strengthening social safety net programs. And in Malaysia, in the near term, this will entail, of course, bolstering income support to households via unconditional cash transfer programs, as well as expanding the country's existing employment insurance programs to cover larger segments of Malaysian workers. And overall, just cutting across the board, fiscal expansion is critical. And we need more spending on social safety net programs, but also more deficit spending overall on other things like infrastructure and development. And this is true for Malaysia, but also true for many other countries in the region. And on the regional front, in my view, many of the recommendations under the ASEAN COVID recovery framework are pretty much on the mark. Broad Strategy 2, Broad Strategy 4 on the mark. But and as suggested in the ACRF implementation plan, having best practice guidelines on these issues, enhancing data availability on issues like gender statistics, and sharing analysis of gaps in technical assistance and training modules will definitely go a long way. But in the end, of course, successful implementation of many of these recommendations in individual member state economies will come down to number one, political will, and number two, the availability of financing and government budget priorities, especially in terms of the impacts of COVID-19 on many budgets in many countries in ASEAN. And I think building consensus around these areas and being cognizant of these issues will be very beneficial in the future towards rebuilding our regional economies. That's all from me this afternoon. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Calvin. That was a fairly well, it was a bit grim, I must say, in terms of the devastating impacts on the pandemic in Malaysia. But as you have pointed out, the setbacks are real, in particular on the impact on already vulnerable groups in the economy. I should just also acknowledge that you and your other and other Malaysians have just gone through 4 weeks of lockdown, and I understand it's been extended indefinitely until you can get a handle on the pandemic. So I wish you all the very best for that. But look, thank you to all of the speakers in this session this afternoon. Those insights have been very useful and contributed to the sense of the challenge that we're all facing as we look to our economic policies and integrating all of the efforts that we're putting together, both on the health front and our economic policies to recover from the pandemic. We are all a little bit over time, but it's been a very good discussion throughout this forum. I'll now just hand back to my colleague, my good friend Cecilia from the MFA of the ROK for the closing session. Cecilia, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, everyone. I would really like to thank all the speakers and participants for bringing their experiences, their frank experiences, and thought-provoking ideas and suggestions to the table. It's really given us a lot to think about. Today's speakers touched upon everything from vaccine R&D to manufacturing and rollout to regulatory coordination that's necessary. A vaccine cooperation is a prerequisite to accelerate our economic recovery in the region. The COVID-19 pandemic has lots of moving parts, and it has far-reaching consequences that directly touch the lives and livelihoods of people everywhere. I think this sense of interconnectedness and interdependence is essential as we get through this crisis. Let me just close by thanking our Australian colleagues from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade with participation of the U.S. mission to ASEAN in support of our Southeast Asian partners. I would also like to thank the IVI for the hard work of putting the forum together, with particular thanks to Deputy Director General Anne Wartell. Thank you. Back to you, Ray.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. I would also like to extend our thanks on behalf of the Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to our colleagues in the MFA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Republic of Korea, and the IVI for arranging this forum. In particular, I want to extend my thanks to all of our speakers today from across the region. Your insights and your contribution about the challenges and also the opportunities that are coming from this pandemic will certainly contribute to how each of the countries are working towards the recovery as we deal with uncertainty over the next few months. As people have said throughout the day, if there is a positive from the pandemic, it's shown that the nature of the interconnectedness in the region and globally. As other speakers have noted, no country can address and tackle this pandemic alone. It is a multilateral effort. It's a regional effort that all needs to be put together, and we all need to pull in the same direction. We are in this together, as we say here in Australia. But again, thank you so much for everybody's contributions this afternoon. I know there have been something like 26 speakers and a fairly good representation from across the region. It is really an example of the kinds of cooperation that we can mount in the face of a common challenge. As practitioners in both foreign policy and in health policy, I am encouraged by forums like today because it means that we can discuss issues and highlight the problems that we all need to work on together. So on behalf of Australia and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, I'd like to thank you all for joining us in this forum today, and I wish you all the best and good health for the months ahead. Thank you all, and we'll see you online or in person at some stage in the future. Thank you all.